Yes, on this day, the 1st of December, 2022, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge and welcome the honorable members here at M46, 6 of them and 7 of them here, and members on the virtual platform. I want to welcome the public protector with us at M46, as well as a legal team led by Advocate Mpofu, the evidence leaders, Advocates Bauer and Advocate Mayosi, the members of the public who are joining us on their various platforms, members of the media, our entire support staff, and today also to have a special welcome to our witness who will be introduced later. Today we're going to continue with our inquiry and taking the next witness on our program and our list. And I can see that the witness is not on virtual, is here with us, but he will find an opportunity to introduce himself in that regard. And for that, I want to go straight and invite Ms. Fatima Ibrahim to do the preliminaries.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody. Good morning, Mr. Lamula.
Good morning.
I'm going to administer your oath.
Just if you can, because you're going to be here with us the whole day, so that mic belongs to you.
Oh,
So just try and own it.
good morning, Tovera.
Thank you, Mr. Lamula. Mr. Lamula, you have been invited, subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004, to appear before this committee as a witness and to answer questions in respect of the committee's inquiry into the removal of the Public Protector, Advocate Enquiry. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that the evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware further that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Mr. Lamula, you will now be required to take either an oath or to affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Do you prefer to take the oath or the affirmation?
The oath.
The oath. May I please ask that you raise your right hand and repeat after me? I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help him God.
Thank you, Mr. Lamula. Chair, the witness is now duly sworn in.
Thank you, Ms. Ibrahim. Welcome, Mr. Lamula. Thank you for joining us. I'm now going to take this opportunity and acknowledge and invite Advocate Mpofu to engage with you, and Advocate Mpofu to just indicate that you have the time between now and lunchtime if you have to go to lunchtime, but we'll be happy if you can do it before that.
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, no, I'll certainly try to do that, Chairperson. Okay, so we can start. Yeah. Chairperson, are you okay?
we're having our second witness today, and I can see you upbeat. I hope that's what the witness makes you upbeat. But
It's the witness. It's only the witness.
inquiry is going on.
No, it's only the witness.
We're in your hands, Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Taguda, are you okay? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lamula. How are you
I'm good.
this morning? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yes.
And get closer to the mic. We just have to hear everything you say, even when you say I'm okay.
Even when
I want to hear that.
I'm okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, Mr. Lamula, we are going to try and do your evidence tight. The reason why we are hopeful that we'll meet the chairperson's deadline is because your statement is not that long, but of course, some of the issues will need to be fleshed out. So with your assistance, or you made a point that we should indicate that you have a middle name, Ronius, R-O-N-N-I-O-U-S.
Correct.
So that you give all the information to the committee. Thanks. Now, you sorry, I didn't get an indication from the evidence leaders which sections they're not. Yeah. So yes,
Put on your mic so that it's on record.
no, I was saying.
Chair, I just remarked that it was such a short affidavit that I didn't think it was.
Necessary. Yeah, no, that's fine.
I mean, you can lead him on his
I
credentials.
will, and if that's chair, yeah. If I lead him on something that might be contentious, then Advocate Bauer will indicate. Okay, I think let's do it that way. Thank you. Right, I'm just going to lead you through the background, but before I do that, because of some experience that we have had, where I think there's a newfound enthusiasm for relevance, which we've been trying to talk about for months, but now it's so I'm going to start by aligning your evidence to what it is that it is relevant to. You may not have seen the charge sheet yourself, but we call witnesses just to deal with anything that is on the charge sheet. It's not for you to read the charge sheet. Okay. Now, one of the issues in this inquiry is no, maybe Chair, sorry, let me do it like this. Let me first introduce the witness so that even that will make sense. You are currently employed at the Public Protector's Office, correct?
Correct.
And what is your position?
Provincial representative of the Western Cape.
You are the provincial representative of the Western Cape.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be, if you've been following some of the witnesses here, that would be the same position that was held by Mr. Samuel in the Free State.
Correct.
Okay, good. And when did you join the Public Protector's Office?
2017, June,
And in what capacity?
as a senior investigator.
Right. In which unit?
GGI,
GGI, which stands for?
good governance
And integrity. Right. And you quite well qualified, if I may put it that way. So we'll just go through some of your qualifications and we'll just confirm. You hold BUris, Bachelor of Law, degree from UNISA,
Correct.
which you completed in 2003.
Correct.
You also have an LLB, Bachelor of Laws, which you completed at UNISA in 2008.
Correct.
You also have a Master of Laws in Human Rights Law, completed 2017.
Correct.
And then you have another LLM in Property Law, completed in 2019.
Correct.
And currently you are studying for an LLD, so you're soon going to be called Dr. Lamula.
Correct.
Okay.
If I pass.
If you pass. Well, we're assuming that will happen. And you also have various post-matric qualifications, certificate in forensic and investigative unit audits,
Correct.
and that one is relevant to your current job.
Correct.
Strategic management, well, that's also relevant to your job.
Correct.
Legislative drafting,
Correct.
migration policy,
Correct.
enforcement of socioeconomic rights.
Correct.
And the one that caught my eye is a certificate, security officer grades E, D, and C, which is accredited by CIRA.
Correct.
What does that mean? Does that mean you were once a security guard?
Yes, I was a security guard for 8 years while studying.
While studying?
Yeah, my first qualification.
Wow. Okay, then maybe we should call you doctor even before you pass your LLD.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you come from what we may call humble beginnings.
Correct.
Thank you. Right. Now, I think I put this to Mr. Samuel as well. I know it's not a formal title, but is it fair, colloquially or generally, to say when you are holding the position that you hold now, effectively you are the public protector of the Western Cape? In other words, that's how you are viewed. You perform the functions of the public protector, but obviously not nationally, but within your province.
Correct.
Thanks. And that means, unlike when you are working for a particular unit at the head office, you are now the leader of the office here. You have to worry about HR and whether people come on time and also ceremonial appearances and that kind of thing.
Correct. It's the whole package.
Yes, thank you. Maybe briefly, you can just explain to the committee what the job of a provincial representative entails, apropos what I've just said of being, quote unquote, the provincial PP.
Yeah, the office have got core functions and administration functions. The core functions is our investigations, our stakeholder engagements where we do outreach.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm responsible for planning and approving those core functions. I do sign off reports as delegated by the public protector. I do engage in meetings with stakeholders, as well as I do the functions of the CFO, because it's a full-fledged office.
Mm.
It's not only the Western Cape Town office. We've got also a regional office in George,
Mm-hmm.
which reports to the Western to the Cape Town office. So I also exercise my powers over that office.
Right.
So all things that you find in an office in a province, I do them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Right. Then we get to your experience, and I'll just run through some of your previous work experience, but for the attention of the members, I will highlight or I'll ask them to watch out as I go through your experience, particularly for your experience in the area of investigation, how wide it is. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So, and you'll tell me if there's more than what is obvious here, where there's specific investigation, rather reference to investigations. So you started at Home Affairs in 2004 to 2013.
Correct.
And you held the following positions: Refugee Status Determination Officer, Immigration Services,
Correct.
Investigator, Control Immigration Officer, Central Law Enforcement and Special Investigations,
Correct.
Assistant Director, Counter Corruption, Security and Integrity Management.
Correct.
Okay, so that particular job related to governance.
Correct.
Okay, because that's also something we're going to talk about. Acting Deputy Director, Counter Corruption, Security, Integrity. So you got promoted in that particular space.
You know,
Oh, you were acting.
I was
You're
acting, yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
And then Deputy Director, Immigration Services, Acting Director, Immigration Services.
correct.
Then you worked also at the Public Service Commission.
Yes.
And I think also would like the committee to take advantage of that by you giving us not just a comparative analysis, but in a way, locating the Public Protector's Office within the broader public service,
Correct.
because you've had that experience. All right. And at the PSC, you were the Deputy Director of Public Administration, Investigation and Audit. So
Correct.
again, it was an investigative capacity.
Correct.
Thanks. And then we know what you're doing at the Public Protector now. All right. Now, having, well, firstly, I must thank you upfront, just to thank you for availing yourself. The chairperson will thank you at the end. But for our part, because, you know, we have found that it's difficult, or there's a lot of reluctance for people who are still at the Public Protector's Office to assist us. You know, there's a big rush to testify before, but for obvious reasons. So we'd like to thank you for assisting the committee despite whatever risks that might entail. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Just pause at Mbofu.
Maybe just to correct Advocate Mpofu, and I said that before, there was no big rush to assist us. There was, like Mr. Lamula, when we approached people, they were prepared to do their bit and come
Yes.
forward.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Advocate Bao. Advocate Mbofu.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I'll call it a relative rush, because the difference is that maybe Advocate Bauer had to do a bit of persuasion, which I accept, but even our persuasion didn't work. So yeah, and well, I'll learn. I'll learn from you. Next time I'll switch on the charm. Thank you. Right. Oh, Chair, by the way, sorry, Advocate Matlape is not able to join us today. So for the record, yeah, she has not worked out.
Accepted, Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair. Now, then we come to the point that I wanted to start on prematurely. What I wanted to say to you, Mr. Lamula, also indirectly addressing the members, is that one of the charges relates to, or at least some of your colleagues who came here, whether they were rushing to come here or not, have testified mainly around a charge that deals with victimization, intimidation, and harassment. Yeah, okay. Which I will unpack to you now, because those are the areas that I want you to assist us with. Now, okay, well, victimization can mean anything. I mean, somebody can lock you up in a room for the whole day or for the whole week or whatever. So it means we must unpack what what was the brand of victimization that was testified about here. And I'll summarize it as follows. It deals mainly with 5 areas, which I will canvass with you in your evidence that are also contained in your statement. But as I say, just so that we don't have to go through that exercise again, I want to unpack them so that everyone knows which charge and what we're dealing with here. Okay, so the broad topic is it straddles between misconduct and incompetence. Okay, so there's a suggestion that the public protector is incompetent generally and with specific reference to what I'm going to talk to you about. You understand that?
Yes.
Yes. Now, as far as the misconduct elements would relate to this, but mostly would relate to specific things, Fred, CX, or what have you. I'm not going to ask you about that, about the misconduct in a direct fashion, except insofar as it relates to so-called victimization and so on. You understand that distinction? Thank you. Okay. Now, the brand of harassment, intimidation, and victimization, so-called, that was testified about included the following issues, which I'm going to cover with you. One is the whole issue of deadlines, right?
Yeah.
So a witness would have come there and say, well, I was victimized, or rather I felt victimized, or other people were victimized because there were unreasonable deadlines. Just making an example.
Okay.
Okay. The second issue, which is related to the first, obviously, would be around the whole issue of backlog, chasing backlog.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I'm summarizing. People would say, look, we understand that the backlog has to be chased, but the line was crossed because whatever they said, but under that rubric of backlog.
Yeah.
Okay. The third one would be the issuing of Audi letters. So another person will say, well, I was fine, I don't mind about backlogs and so on, but I was victimized because I got 100 Audi letters or whatever they say, but it would be under that topic.
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah. And the fourth one is around, shall we call it, leadership style.
Yeah.
So, for example, one witness came here and said the public protector wanted to be worshipped and to be called madam or bowed down to, so stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there's that brand of, let's call it, leadership style. Excuse me. And then the fifth one would be around, let's call it, inflexibility stroke insensitivity.
Yeah.
So, for example, there was allusions, to put it mildly, to one of the people you referred to in your statement, Mr. Madiba, who was, as we all know, a sickly person, and he actually passed away.
Yeah.
But so there was a suggestion that the public protector was harsh on him. I think it fell short of saying he passed away because of her.
Yeah.
Okay. And other examples. But those are the 5 brands, quote unquote, of harassment, intimidation, and victimization that we have been presented with. And I'm going to cover each one of those with you. Sometimes there might be overlaps, but that's the framework.
Okay.
Understood?
Okay.
Good. All right. Now, you say that, I'm sorry, Chair. Yes. Okay. Just for good measure, let me just deal quickly with, I should have dealt with this when you were talking about your the scope of your work as a what do you call it? Provincial representative. Yeah. If you go to page 202 of the statement, there's an attachment there. Just to give a taste of the kinds of things you get involved in. Yes. Very quickly, can you just scroll down to the pictures? Oh, that's even better. Mine is in black and white. Further down, just if possible, we can have both pictures. Okay, well, that's fine. It looks like we can only have one head. Further, I want both pictures, even if one is cut out. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, that is again, I mean, this is a kind of thing that would be done on a larger scale by the public protector herself, but it's the, it just shows what you and I were discussing at a provincial level. You might have to do something like this. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And this actually happened what day is it now? Thursday, on Monday, this Monday, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And on Monday, well, you can tell us yourself what was happening here briefly.
What you see from those photos is what we often refer to as
Okay, assist us so that I can.
what you see in these photos is that what normally referred to as proof of implementation of the remedial action of the public protector. I was not there on a holiday. I was there to oversee the implementation of the remedial action of the public protector's report that was issued in January relating to failure to build a house for Ms. Bosman. Ms. Bosman is one of those Gogoja minis that we often refer to. Despite her application for a low-cost house has been approved in 2009. So, 2009, yes, it was approved in 2009, but between 2009 and 2020, there was nothing happening until her son approached the office of the public protector in George, our regional office in George, to complain. And through the intervention of the public protector, through the report and the remedial action, the house was built. So it was a painful thing to see where they were staying before this house was built. It was not something that should be allowed to go on uncorrected, because even the neighbors and the communities were of the view that should this Ms. Bosman in any way pass away, where do we hold the memorial? Because they're just staying in a dilapidated structure, extended with plastics and all this rudimentary stuff. So it's one of those things that a provincial rep on behalf of the public protector will do and ensure that it's not only handing over, we do conduct inspections of that house, whether it was properly built, and the explanation from the municipality is what is it that the occupant must take care of.
That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you say, it's not just a photo opportunity, but
No.
you also check if indeed the remedial action has been implemented
Yes.
to the T.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I raised this really because we had a witness yesterday, Mr. Nyatela, who I think pointed out something valid that some of us had not even recognized, the fact that, you know, we forget about this type of work of the public protector, and we're concerned about what he called the high flown cases that involve the high and mighty. But I think everyone knows that actually in terms of numbers, the tens of thousands of work that is done by the public protector is at this level It's not the things that end up on the front pages of the newspapers.
Correct.
All right. Now, do you know Mr. Nyatela?
Yeah, I know Mr. Nyatela is one of our regular complainants. It's a
Yes.
very resilient complainant. He can educate you if you someone not understand what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very resilient complainant.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he is definitely, he can educate those who are educatable. No, thank you. And I'm interested in that description. What do you think a person who's willing to learn can learn from a person like Mr. Nyatela?
You can learn a lot. Complainants are not like uneducated people. Some of them, they'll do research on your behalf and they give you everything. Of course, you have to verify that research. So you should not just dismiss complainants on the face of it. So it also goes with the attitude of the investigator. If you have got a positive attitude, you will learn and do wonders with when you collaborate with the complainant.
Yes.
But if you've got another attitude, you will always see problems from the complainants. It works wonders when you see the complainant in their eyes and you can understand the pain that they are feeling. Unlike when you don't see them, you are just working on documentation. But the moment you consult with the complainant one-on-one, you can feel the pain, you can see the pain in their eyes.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, thank you. No, indeed, I think the majority of the members here felt, at least they articulated it, that they felt the pain in Mr. Nyatela's voice and articulation. So although some people thought he was just making noise. But thank you for that. So you say in your statement that you haven't followed all the witnesses or every word that has been said, but you, at your level, you are aware of what we are busy with here, and you followed some of the proceedings, correct?
Correct.
Right. And that then brings us to paragraph 7 of your statement, which I'm quite sure I don't have to guess that it is contentious. So I'm going to ask you just specific questions now. You say that you are of the firm view that some of the evidence that has been given here has grossly misrepresented the true situation at the public protector's office. You also say the nature and purpose of the relevant meetings and the intentions and objectives of the public protector have also been misrepresented. And you say that you disagree with some of the evidence given on these topics, and you'll therefore share your own experiences and observations in the hope that this will assist the committee in the performance of its task. So let's just start with that.
Correct.
Yes. Now, I'm not going to ask you now to define what you mean by how these topics have been misrepresented, but we'll deal with it when we deal with the actual topics. Okay. But I just wanted to confirm that's basically your departure point.
Yes.
Okay. And on the positive side, you say at paragraph 8 that you do agree with what all the employee witnesses have confirmed, namely that the public protector is a leader who is dedicated to her work.
Correct.
That she is highly driven.
Correct.
That she's hardworking.
Correct.
And that she leads by example and is highly focused on delivering services to all members of the public, especially the downtrodden.
Correct. The photo has already proven that.
Yes, as the photo attests.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we might be good with the photos, but it looks like we're not good with spelling. that downtrodden is supposed to be TH, not downtrodden, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is
it right? Oh, then, you know, some of us are always right, even when we think we are wrong. Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take Advocate Bauer's spelling lesson. All right. Now, what I really want to say, so that's how I'm going to follow your evidence, is to juxtapose between those two. For those areas where you agree with the other witnesses, which I don't think are contested much, but more focusing on those where you disagree with their approach, as it were. Okay. Now, as I explained to you, the real story about the charges that you are called upon to testify on, as well as the what might call the atmosphere of incompetence and all that, mainly deal with, as we said to some witness, nobody has said the public protector came there and beat people up, or she was drunk at work or whatever. It was all about the operations, how things are done, whether it's discipline or chasing deadlines and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that activity, so to speak, is plays itself out mostly in the performance meetings, of which there are various types and with all sorts of names. There's dashboard, there's full bench, there's task team, there's think tank and all that. But all those are operational meetings to deal with performance, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And these various fancy names are just probably to distinguish the one meeting from the other, depending on this one is attended by so-and-so, this one is attended by so-and-so. But the mission is the same.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Now, maybe then you can tell the members what, or we also know that there are executive managers and units.
Yes.
And different units, I think there are 4 or 5 of them. Yours was GGI for your current job, correct?
Yes.
Can you then tell us what was the specific focus of GGI and the hierarchy up to the EM?
Yeah, in GGI, you have assistant investigators, you've got investigators, you've got senior investigators, chief investigator, executive manager, who reports to the COO, then CEO and the like. Okay.
And CEO and COO report to the public protector.
Yes.
Good. And in your unit, who was the executive manager?
It was Mr. Stoffel at one point. Then later it was Ms. Bonam Haladi.
Bonam Haladi and Stoffel, that would be Advocate Stoffel Fori.
Yes.
Okay.
Then at one point also Ms. Nelisiwe Nkabinde acted in that position. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. No, then we don't have to define it further. Some of those people were here and they gave us the landscape. Yeah. All right. Now, I want us to talk about, in that matrix that I gave you earlier, to talk about dashboard meetings.
Yeah.
In particular. About which you say that it was, in fact, I think you said something like when you got there, you were wondering why there was, or when there would be a meeting like that.
Yeah, correct.
And did I assume that owes to your previous experience of similar meetings in the various positions you've held? They might not have been called dashboard, but that type of meeting.
Yeah, in particular, the Public Service Commission.
Particular the Public Service Commission.
Yes.
Okay, what was the equivalent meeting at the Public Service Commission?
The PP's dashboard would be equivalent to CCC of the Public Service Commission, which was constituted by 5 commissioners.
5 of the PSC commissioners.
Yes. And the management of the PSC, your DG, DDGs, and chief directors, as well as investigators who were to present their matters in front of those 5 commissioners.
Yeah. So this was quite a serious meeting.
Very serious.
If it was a company, you would be having basically 5 board members.
Correct.
And the CEO and your immediate report and yourself.
Correct.
Yeah. So would you say that would have been a rather intimidating type of meeting?
Yeah, it was intimidating and it was scary. On the same side, it was a learning curve where you go there and you build your confidence there, because we are talking 5 commissioners coming from various backgrounds, and you present your case there. And at times, definitely, it's a subject matter of 2 or 3 commissioners. They can take you apart. Then you go and learn again. So it was scary on the other side. But as time goes on, we get used to what is it that is needed of you. And like I said, if you've got a positive attitude, you learn and you do better every day.
Good. And in fact, yes, that's fine. I was going to link that to something else, but let's do that now, because again, as we're asking you questions, we'll also get to know where you are and how you look at things. So the dashboard, the PP's dashboard would then have who would be, I don't know if this is the right terminology, who would be at the head table, so to speak.
At the PP's dashboard, it would be the public protector, the deputy public protector, the CEO, COO, and your executive managers, and us investigators who will be presenting those matters, including provincial representatives,
including PR.
So it was a full-fledged setup.
Okay. Yeah. Covering the landscape, the full landscape.
Even in the Public Service Commission, you have got provincial directors who may be joining there because their matters are of national importance. They are not of professional competence. They are So it was a mirror of one another there and there.
Okay. All right. Now, you had, and I'm just pausing on this, as I said, to introduce another element of your broad outlook and background and experience. You have given evidence that part of your experience, of your extensive experience, was gained in the Department of Home Affairs, correct?
Correct.
Now, both at Home Affairs and at PSC, you held positions to do with investigations similar to the ones you're holding now, or rather you were holding now at GGI.
Yeah, yeah, I will say so. Remember, the Public Service Commission is national and provincial departments. Whereas in the Home Affairs, it was more of immigration, citizenship. It was more for an internal, all those laws that are administered by the Department of Home Affairs in collaboration with other state law agencies like your NPA, police, former scorpions, organized crime, syndicates.
Yes, yes, but from the point of view of what is of interest to this committee, shall I say, an investigation is an investigation.
Correct.
Obviously, an investigation at the Public Prosecutor's Office is not going to be the same thing as one at Home Affairs.
Yeah.
But in terms of file handling, that kind of thing, an
It's the same,
investigation is an
yeah.
investigation.
Yes.
All right. Now, and I'm doing this comparative analysis. You've told us about the comparative let's call it seniority of the representation in the meetings. But I'm talking now about something different, which is the volume. When you talk about volume of files, comparing the public protector to what you are used to at Home Affairs, which one is would be more voluminous?
Yeah, in Home Affairs, it's even now it's known that there's voluminous work. When the public protector joined, in fact, she just landed on top of her backlog.
Oh yes,
So,
that's
so it was very voluminous. We are talking thousands per office. So it was really enough for a year or 2 years or 3 years.
Yeah.
If you don't put strategies to deal with that, because most of them were backlogs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. And so we could say that comparatively speaking, I'm not saying that there's less work at the public protector's office, but comparatively speaking, it's chalk and cheese, the volumes that you're dealing with as a, let's say, per person. Correct?
Yeah, no, in public protector is manageable.
Yeah.
It's breathable. You can breathe. Yeah.
Good. And yes, just to tie up something that you've mentioned, it is true, isn't it, that at some stage you and the public protector were working at Home Affairs around the same time?
Correct.
That's around 2008 or so.
Yeah, 2005 up to 2008, around that
Yes.
period. Yeah.
And in the space, to the extent that there was common space, that space dealt with backlogs.
Correct.
Dealt with the massive backlogs that you've referred to.
Correct.
Which are much, much more than the public protector as well.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so that covers two topics. One, sorry.
I'm
Advocate
just
Bauer?
suggesting to Advocate Mpofu that the level of leading must maybe be managed.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, no, sorry. I didn't think that was contentious.
Okay.
Where did you know the public protector from, or in which department did you first meet her?
Please switch on your mic.
She found me in the Department of Home Affairs. In fact, we welcomed her in the Department of Home Affairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what type of unit or work were you doing at the time?
I was a refugee status determination officer. I was in charge of identification as well as passports. We're talking face value documents, as well as dealing with application for refugee status. Yeah.
And can you just give the members a picture of, shall we call it, the intensity of that work, what it actually involves, both in terms of the nature of the work and in terms of the volumes?
It was voluminous because at that time people were just coming to the country in volume numbers, and they will apply for refugee status. Some will get rejected, they will appeal. So there was a continuous building of the backlog. But I was dealing with identification as well as travel documents, your passports. There's also a backlog on that because, mind you, you were not just given a passport. You were interviewed first for you to determine whether you qualify for that passport. And there will be people who qualify, but they don't have the required money to pay for that passport. So it was a lot of challenges. that backlog, when the public protector joined us, I think it took us all around 3 to 6 months to normalize it, not to finish, just to normalize it, the identification and travel document. I'm not talking about the refugee status applications that were scattered all over the country. I'm just talking about in head office. Just maybe I'm talking 10% of the work of the whole refugee directorate. So it was very voluminous work that we were facing. And while you are facing these challenges, there are also threats of litigation for failing to make a decision within a particular period. So you have to balance the interest of the department and those of the refugees. So it was more of a service delivery thing. Because at the end of the day, you need to deliver this service to these people. Yeah.
Thank you. I was saying that then deals with two topics. One, which we have already covered, which is your own experience in this backlog area, if you like.
Yeah.
But also the fact that the public protector herself was not a stranger when she got to the public protector's office, was not a stranger to this management of backlogs.
No. She has been there in the fight of backlogs. She has put initiatives in Home Affairs to deal with the backlogs. I remember there was even in interventions that she opened if those who are familiar with Pretoria, she opened the showground office just to deal with the backlog. And backlogs cannot be dealt with in terms of overtime only. You just need people who are dedicated, people who are service delivery driven, and you need a leadership who's there all the time when you need them. So that's how maybe she was able to deal with the backlog in Home Affairs. And when she enters the public protect, I don't think she was scared of the backlog, because what she has seen in Home Affairs, I think maybe when she first came there, she was like, is this how I'm going to work? I said, you're welcome. So our backlog is not that scary. Yeah.
Now, in terms of, because there's also complaint about working hours. In terms of working hours, how did you deal with that issue at Home Affairs, where you're saying that the backlogs were much more voluminous and intimidating and scary?
Yeah, of course, there were instances where there were some overtimes that were paid, but most of the time it was pure dedication. We will form up teams voluntarily to say we are going to push until Saturday. Of course, the public protector and her deputy were always there, and the assistant to give us guidance. So it's matters of the heart to say, at the end of the day, I want to be out of this backlog so that I can float. So it was not only overtime, we also put on our own to say we need to deal with this thing and finish it. Because the management was also there, was encouraging us to say, let's find ways to deal with this. Of course, there was an additional staff that was brought in to deal with the backlog. But even if you can bring the additional staff, and the additional staff lands in a negative environment, they will be affected by that negativity. So the additional staff that came, they found that we are positive, we are result driven. So that's how we managed to at least make it an impactful collaboration.
And yes, through that, what you've described, what kind of impact, effectiveness, dent did you make to that otherwise scary backlog at Home Affairs?
Yeah, it was very impactful. Like I said, the IDs and passport within 6 months, it was manageable. Then we were left with other refugee status determination outcomes. So it sort of allowed for other additional staff to focus on the other areas of backlog, so that we can deal with those areas that we see they are bottlenecks but it was an impactful exercise. Considering that we were not really paid overtime, it was out of our own free will because management was there. Sometimes they'll buy us lunch on Saturdays, so it was impactful. I think it's one area that also made me to be resilient. When I see a backlog, I don't get really scared to say, where will I start? And I think even the public protector has the same attitude to say, but a backlog needs to be dealt with in that context.
And could you have made that impact on the backlog and serviced our people without making certain sacrifices yourselves as persons, I suppose also your families and that kind of thing?
No, like I said, self-sacrifice. Some came, they could not cope, they left. I remember there were some recruitments that were done from graduates, and some 3 or 4 months they could not cope, they left. I'm not saying I'm boastful that I remained there because I have to do something, because that is what the government wants to be done. We have to serve the people wholeheartedly. So having been there and having seen it and still continue to see it is not something that really I have to get worried about when I see a backlog.
Yeah.
So there was a very huge impact with the systems that were put in place when dealing with that backlog. And some of those systems could still be applicable even now. It's only that I've not lost touch with the department, but there were like permanent systems that were put on to deal with the backlog, on how to prevent it from happening.
Yeah. And let me just put it this way. Would you, at that stage, would you ever have dreamt that some of the people at the helm of that project of chasing deadlines, making you to do those sacrifices, whether it was the DG or people like that, could be impeached or dismissed for that effort?
No, not at all.
Right. Now, you've spoken about attitude. You say at your paragraph 12, personally, I was always looking forward to present my work at dashboard meetings.
Yes.
And that's at least the attitude we picked from some of the witnesses. They probably hoped the dashboard meeting should never come. So it looks like we had, as I put it to the witness, Mr. Jane, we had 2 camps, and I don't mean that in a negative way, 2 schools of thought in terms of attitude to service delivery at your office. Why did you look forward to the dashboard meetings?
Because the dashboard meetings are interactive. That's, you learn, you gain, you lose. And coming from the Public Service Commission, there was never a situation whereby a report will go out without going through the CCC. So when I joined the Public Protector, I was just told, I heard about think tank, quality assurance there and there, but I preferred to go there with my report, present it, get criticized, get peer reviewed by my colleagues, the same way it was happening in the Public Service Commission. So when it was not happening, I was like, is this real? How do you quality assure this document? One person cannot do this job. It has to be discussed so that there's collective agreement, there's collective liability there. Unlike if it is one person, it will be, no, it's the public protector. But if it is a collective one, mistakes are easily picked up because we don't come from the same universities. Some they speak nice English, some they write nice. Some of us, we just write. So when you get there, you are criticized, you learn. The intention is that dashboard, you learn. Even the managers, they learn, because it's not about ranks. It's about collective intellectuals meeting together and discussing matters. So I was looking forward to that.
Yes. Okay.
And as well as to share my experience from the Public Service Commission and from Department of Home Affairs, how we handled the issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Yes, you've just mentioned the issue of peer-to-peer learning. To what extent was that applicable to, I'm asking to you personally now, as part of what you would look forward to? Would it, in other words, would you only learn from your own presentations and your own mistakes, as you've said, or from presentations of other people?
Even from presentation or from other people, sometimes you find that you are dealing with a procurement related matter, and this person is presenting before you. Then as you look into your own document, you can now see that, but there is something that I've missed. Then you learn from that. And when you present, you already have something up to say section whatever or paragraph whatever is going to be amended, because I picked something from investigators or and so that there's a new law or there's a new circular that has been issued. So you learn from your peers. It will be like your study groups or your stock files.
Yeah.
So to say, because you discuss even before we go to the full bench, the way like people will share to say how do we deal with these matters.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I suppose that's a question of attitude. Or
yes. If you don't want, you may not learn. But if you want, you will learn, because you want to be an improved person, to render a quality document, to render a quality service delivery to the person affected.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, what shall we call it? It's also an issue of attitude, in the sense that for you, it might be something you look forward to. And but for someone else, they might say, no, I don't mind if I'm criticized, but it must be in some private office, not in front of other people. And by that, this is what I want to ask you, because I know exactly what you mean. I've been in those types of meetings. Would you find that the ability to learn from other people's mistakes is enhanced in a bigger meeting where people present in front of others, or when you present privately?
You learn in an open forum. That's why we have got classrooms. That's why we have got lecture rooms. That's why even our constitution subscribe for transparency. But if you learn in a corner, it's between you, the two of you, and sometimes the two of you are blind, so just misleading one another. But in an open forum, there is nothing that cannot be attended to. Yeah. So those meetings, because they were open forums, transparent was also promoted in a sense.
And thank you. And in a way, the open forum, is it less or more prone to abuse? In other words, if someone wants to abuse you in a corner, whereas if there are other people who are witnesses, which one is more helpful for protection, let's say, of the people who are presenting?
Things that are done in corners or in the dark, there are no witnesses, and you are prone to be abused or to be taken advantage of. But in an open forum, there's always witnesses. There's always people's conscious to say, but I can't do this thing in front of people. So it's not so easy to abuse people in front of other people, unless we don't have a heart. Then
and in your experience in these meetings, at whatever level, did you ever experience any the public project in particular abusing, disrespecting anyone?
No, I have not experienced that. By the way, our meetings are recorded. So I believe that if there was any disrespectfulness or abuse, there should be evidence, because all our meetings were recorded.
Good.
But I've not seen or had that experience.
Thank you. Now, thank you. So, all right. And I was using the dashboard experience, as I say, to deal with the broader issues. Now, let's talk specifically about the issue of deadlines.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of evidence here, and I'd like you to assist us again it's, I don't know whether, yeah, I don't know yet. Let me say that, whether it's deliberate distortions or honest. Again, where people, people could be looking at the same car and they see different things, as it were. Yeah. So you can assist us, because the committee will need to make up its mind on this.
Yeah.
And I'll just pick out one issue. We have had, I didn't count them, let's say 4 or 5 witnesses,
Yeah.
who confirm what the public protector will say in her evidence, namely that actually people mostly, okay, let me not say mostly, let me not calibrate it,
Yeah.
but that people would sometimes fail to meet their own deadlines. In
Yeah.
other words, deadlines imposed by them.
Yeah.
And then there were another number of witnesses. And again, it's not a matter of counting.
Yeah.
We just want to know what is the truth there. We say no. In fact, one of them even said, this idea of self-imposed deadline is a myth.
Yeah.
I think that was, I can't remember, one of the last 2 witnesses. Yeah. So can you assist us on this? Was there a system that is based on deadlines imposed by yourself?
Yeah.
Or were the deadlines all coming from the top, gun next to the head, do or die, if you don't meet it, you bust?
Yeah.
Type of situation. Which one is the truth?
Look, this is how it works. My own experience. I don't know how other people have experienced it. Seldom the public protector will not impose her own deadline. Deadlines are suggested, are discussed, and you agree to say, okay, I can do it. But when you receive a file as an investigator, that's what we call an investigation plan, in which you are going to put dates, all the steps that you have to follow in that particular matter. And those steps have got dates. So you are just putting your own dates up to the end of the investigation. If it is a GGI matter, it will be from the date in which you receive for 24 months. If it is a service delivery matter, it will be those steps in the investigation plan for 12 months. With GGI complex, the same applies. So that investigation plan has to be signed by the chief investigator, agreeing to say, yes, these are our milestones. These are our deadlines per activity. So if you miss, or if you don't follow that investigation plan, then you go to dashboard. The first thing that you are asking dashboard is that, where are you in terms of your investigation plan? There's no way that the public protector or the CEO or whoever can just say, you have failed, this is the deadline. You are asked, where are you in terms of your investigation plan? If your investigation plan is in order, then you don't have anything to explain. You say, this is where I am, and you are off.
Good.
If your investigation plan is there, but you're not following it, then you are given an opportunity to say, now we see that you have failed to meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do you rectify that? Then you can propose that for this item, I can do it in this date, for this one is in this date. Then if some of the dates are unrealistic, as I said, it's a suggestion. If some of them are unrealistic in terms of them being short or being longer, that's when they are revised to say, but this has to be done on this particular date. But at the end of the day, you agree to say, okay, I can do it.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. And maybe this is very important. So I'm going to break it down into 2 levels to see if I'm understanding you correctly. On the one hand, you're saying that there are what shall we call them, organizational deadlines. There've been
Yes.
evidence here about that.
Yes,
So we know if the matter is this, it's 12 months. If it's that, it's 24
Yes.
months. If it's that, it's 36
Yes.
months.
yes,
So, yeah,
yeah,
right? And then you are saying now within that framework, there's this thing called investigation plan.
yes,
Okay, now let's talk about the investigation plan. So obviously you already come in with a predetermined deadline
yes,
depending on the type of the matter.
correct.
So that's clearly what I call an organizational framework.
Service standard.
Service standard,
yes.
yes. And is it correct, just for the sake of completion, that some of the deadlines, such as the EMEA one, is actually comes from the statute?
Correct.
So again, it's predetermined for
Yes.
you. Yeah, correct. That way, I think we all understand that by now. What I want now to deal with is what we'll call the second layer, the investigation plan now, because
Yeah.
that is based on a particular matter.
Yes,
No statute can prescribe the
yeah,
in respect of a particular matter. Now, who is the author of the investigation plan? And I'm doing this apropos the topic I'm discussing with you now,
Yeah.
as to whether the deadlines are self-imposed or externally imposed. Who does that? There's a matter, we're investigating Honorable Tlakude for this and then the other and so on.
Mm.
Who does the investigation plan?
it's the investigator.
It's not imposed from outside.
No, it's the
You do it
investigator
yourself.
or the senior investigator. Yeah, the person who has been allocated that fund.
Good. And can we go to item 31.2.3? Of his file, sorry. 31.2.3. No, it's not a paragraph. It's something we posted. 31. Oh. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. Okay, it's all right. Okay, no, that's fine. All right, then, but anyway, when it comes, we'll refer to it. But for the sake of progress, I'll just ask you questions
All right.
abstractly. Now, does an investigation plan contain its own deadlines, so to speak, or timelines, whatever you call it?
Yes, because without those timelines, you can't measure your work.
Yeah.
So for every step that you take, there is a timeline. Like our investigation standard, if I'm allowed to explain, our investigation standards require us to say when you receive a file within a particular period, 5 days, you have to introduce yourself to the complainant. It has to be in the investigation file to say between this date and this date, I'll have to introduce myself. Then from there, it will say within 10 days from receipt, you have to log issues with the complainant. Then you have to write a day to say when are you going to log issues with the complainant. By the way, there have to be evidence that we have contacted that complainant in terms of in the file, whether it's by email, you have to print that copy and put it in the file. And you have to update your investigation diary to say it's not only that I called this, I did this step just like that. So it's something that is regulated and there is evidence that you have done those steps.
Right.
And the critical thing is that you write those dates.
Yes. No, thank you very much. And when you go to dashboard, let's assume now I've done those things. I've put all 10 or 15 timelines in my own investigation plan. And now I go to dashboard.
Yeah.
What happens?
If you go to dashboard, maybe it is just a reporting exercise to say where I am. This is how far I am. And if you follow your investigation plan, there's no disputes, there's no discussion. It's a matter of goodbye, then you go. But if you have not, then that's where there's there'll be much explaining now. Then the whole management will be irritated to say, how did you meet your deadlines? Or sometimes you find that there is an investigation plan. I'm talking through experience, myself also being part of it. There is an investigation plan, but you did not follow it. So when you get to dashboard, you will be asked, where are you in terms of your investigation plan? Then you are not near. You start mumbling and stammering there. Then of course, management won't take it light. Yeah. So it's one of those things.
Yes. Okay. Well, you talk about your personal experience. Have you also been caught out now and again if you didn't follow your investigation plan, or are you always perfect?
Yeah, no, I was caught out. Yeah. I was caught out on occasions. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Now, all right, then that's clear. Now, let's forget about that. It's clear that those timelines in the investigation plan are self-imposed.
Yeah.
Let's now look at a different scenario. Now you've missed your deadline, or you've been caught out, as you say. And then how are the new timelines? Because obviously we can't stick to the investigation plan. If you've missed it, you've missed it. How are the necessary adjustments made so that there's a new series of deadlines?
From my own experience, if I see that I'm going to miss the deadlines, I'll engage the supervisor. Sometimes we'll prepare a memo to the public protector as the head of the dashboard to say, steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are not going to be complied with. We're asking for an extension, because remember, if it is a 12 months and you have missed certain steps, now it's going to go 26, 27. So we will prepare a memo to that effect. Sometimes one occasion I did not do anything, then upfront, when I was given an opportunity to present my case, I pleaded to say, I have not done what should have been done. I don't have to explain too much. I have not done it. What was expected of me, I have not done it. I have not followed my own investigation plan. In fact, when my investigation plan was looked into, it was found to be, it was malicious compliance. It was just copying and pasting. So now you have to go back and redo the actual investigation plan. In certain instances, if the investigation plan is okay, then you have missed steps, then it can be amended to that effect. So it was not like it's cast on stone or whatever, but the amendment, it is the investigator who make those inputs to say, for this step that has been missed, this is what I'm going to do on this particular date. So it was not management that was imposing those dates.
Okay, let me also just interrupt myself with something else which I discussed with Ms. Mokhaladi, I think, which is that particularly at her level, at the level of the EMs, which is quite senior. She confirmed, and I'm sure you will too, that in between what we may call the public protector's dashboard meeting, there would be a departmental dashboard meeting or a unit dashboard meeting led by the EM.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. And now, so there's no monster called the public protector here to do all the scary things we were told about.
Yeah.
At the pre-dashboard, so to speak, which happens at the departmental level.
Yeah.
What happens, or what is supposed to happen?
Yeah, maybe I just have to small background. When this issue of dashboard started, we as investigators were not part of it. It was only the EMs who were part of the dashboard. And I can recall they will give us feedback from the public protector. It was the public protector is not happy. We are falling behind. And I think it's also minuted that I requested investigators to be part of this backlog so that we can hear even one or two of us just to observe, to hear this fire that is being spitted by the public protector, so that our peers can tell us to say, hi, oh, so we were told that we can't be part of that until to a point when the dashboard was open to everyone. So that is the background. So every unit have got its own dashboard, which feeds into the main dashboard of the public protector. So if you have missed things in your own unit, it's expected that it should also be reflected in the public protector's dashboard. So every unit has its own dashboard. In Western Cape, it's a unit on its own. I have my own dashboard, which feeds to the coastal dashboard, which feeds to the public protector's dashboard. So there is no way that there was only the public protector's dashboard. So it was a bottom-up approach, sort of. It was not a down one. So
Good.
even those days, they are coming from the bottom going up.
Very good. In other words, then, if you want to avoid problems, I'm putting it in everyday language. Would you be able, in other words, you can weed out some of the problems in your own dashboard before you go to the big one?
Correct. Yeah, because it is the same caseload that the public protector will be looking into to say, on this particular date, this is what we resolved. What has happened today? Because it was not something that was happening every day. It was maybe monthly or fortnightly. So whatever resolution was taken from the public protector's dashboard, it is informed by what we have committed to do.
Good. Thank you. I think that's clear enough. Now, I think you've covered the next topic, which was about you somewhere in your statement you talk about this idea of it being problematic, or shall we say, of flashlighting or forewarning if it looks like you're going to meet your deadline. Now, so let's assume some people would follow your route, and then others would reveal the problems at the dashboard meeting itself. Which of those two do you think is preferable for the sake of progress?
Conscientizing management that we have not achieved, or we are encountering stumbling blocks you may not achieve before time is better than just getting there and surprise, because there will be expectations that maybe we're signing off this thing end of week, then you are saying, I have not done it. Surely a reasonable manager or reasonable leader will get irritated. Some will get angry, but I've seen the public protector getting irritated, not really angry, because you are just coming now and telling me that I have not done it. What are the stumbling blocks? Because if there is anything that is stumbling you, we should have informed the public protector. I remember there was even a time when she was encouraging us to say, even an email, just send me an email and say, I'm encountering problems in terms of this deliverable. I'm missing deadline, so that I'm in a better position to know, unlike you just come as if everything is okay. Now you are telling me that you have not achieved. So communication is better. Prior communication is better. They say preemptive strike is the best defense, unlike when you are attacked, you start want to defend yourself. So doing that preemptive communication is far much better. You can get some leniency, you can get away with it because it shows reasonability and being a forward-looking person.
Right. And you say at paragraph 19, you say, my experience working with the public protector is that she was indeed very rigid when it comes to work done and meeting the deadlines. It is, however, not true that she was inflexible, even in the face of good reasons being given for not meeting the deadline. Can you expand a little bit on that?
Yeah, with no deadlines, then we can continue working until hallelujah. So with service delivery issues, you can't just work without deadlines. Like I said, in Home Affairs, you have people who are waiting for passports, they want to travel, some for medical reasons. And if you don't put deadlines, then those people will wait until. So she's one person when there are deadlines, they need to be respected. In particular, when you do your own deadlines, if you miss your own deadlines, then to assist you to have a deadline, then you miss it again, then really it irritates because you need to have closure on that particular issue. You need to deliver on that particular issue. But it doesn't mean that she was cast on looking the date only. She was amenable to flexibility. Of course, you have to motivate, you have to pre-communicate. Like I said before, to say you can't get there and want to ask for an extension on something that you have been lying on your table for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So she was amenable for what I can put, for twisting your arm there and there based on the circumstances and the reasons that you advance. Sometimes you advance very powerful reasons, then she does not agree. And in fact, she will say, go to this one and this one, they will assist you to finalize this matter. So we need it by this particular day. I remember I also fallen into that a painful exercise. I was about to close a matter. Then I was told, no, you can't close it. Go back, Zibani and Zibani assist in finalizing this matter, because it was one of those matters where another institution is investigating. Then I said, nah, SIU is investigating, we are closing. But that is not what I was informed to do. It's not even in my investigation diary. So, yeah.
Good. And yes, okay, I think that's very helpful. And it takes us to another important topic, which I want us to canvass just for 2 or 3 questions. One of the theories advanced here by some of the witnesses that I'm referring to is this notion that the public protector was so obsessed, to put it mildly, with these inflexible deadlines. And you've explained that the deadlines were not that inflexible, but just work with me here. So obsessed that invariably there would be sacrifices of quality and sacrifices on governance.
Yeah.
Now, anybody knows who's ever dealt with a balanced scorecard that when you have your key performance indicators, that's why it's called a balanced scorecard. You can't just chase one target, because invariably something else is going to suffer. Now, that's the picture that has been painted here to this committee, that it was, deadline is on the 23rd of March, do or die, I don't care for anything else. Was that your experience in respect of these 3 criteria, the deadline, quality, and governance issues?
No, that was not what it was. That's why we were sent back. If you produce a shoddy work, you were sent back. Otherwise, she was just going to sign them off if there was no emphasis on quality. Because one thing that we often forget is that when you are faced with a backlog and you push numbers, you are creating another backlog. With us as public protector, you will be creating 2 backlogs, in internal review backlog, as well as possible litigation backlog. And people can even come and throw stones at offices, because that is not what they expected. You just sign it off. So if it was if there were no deadlines, then everyone will achieve. So it was just 2-page thing, then sign it off. But because there was much emphasis on quality, Because at the end of the day, we need people to get the proper services. If we dismiss a matter, it should be dismissed on quality merits. So it was not pushing numbers. We still have a backlog even now. If we were pushing numbers, it could be finished by now. But because it's more emphasis on quality, we have learned from the court cases that we have lost that much has to be on quality. And you can't compromise quality. She knows that even in Home Affairs, you compromise quality in terms of refugee status or documentation. We are creating a backlog at the Standing Committee on Refugees or Appeals Board. So it will be a cycle. So, but once you emphasize on quality, you know, you deal with this one is off and it's dead. So there was no, well, it's their experience. From my experiences, I don't know how many times that my matter has been sent back to say, fix this, fix that, fix that. And not only me, even our other colleagues, because it was more emphasis on quality. That's why we still have backlogs even now, matters of 2019, 2018, because we emphasize on quality.
Good.
Yeah.
And
Maybe at that point, Advocate Mpofu.
Chair, can you just allow me one more, just so that I round up.
Uzayilibala.
And I leave
Go ahead.
also so that I can start on a different topic.
Fine.
Thank you. Okay, let's just use that indulgence that I got from the chair to finish the thought. You've dealt with that deadline versus quality. And now the third leg of my question had to do with governance.
Yeah.
And just to save the time of the chair so that I don't do it in two steps.
Yeah.
I want you to just give you a final comment before we take the break on what emphasis, if any, there was on issues of governance.
Yeah.
At the same time. So there was quality, there was quality, the deadline, but what about governance? Because that's also an important thing. We don't want, when I say we now, I'm talking as a citizen. Yeah. We don't want you to meet your deadlines and have good quality, but breach the PFMA, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what emphasis, if any, was there on governance and the achievement of the clean audits, which is a purely governance issue?
Yeah. We say we are the custodian of good governance and we must practice it as the public protector. So if there is non-compliance with the regulatory framework, then we will miss the governance issues. And how do we not achieve a clean audit while we want other state institutions to achieve it? So a clean audit is not only about irregular tenders and whatever, it's everything. Your leave management, your contract management, everything that has to do with good governance is in there. So if we don't have those deadlines, we don't have those service standards that people must comply with, then you won't have a good governance outcome that is positive. Even our investigation plans, they are talking to good governance because it's more of compliance to issues that needs to be complied. So the auditors don't only audit one aspect of the office; they audit everything. That's why we get a clean audit, meaning that our standards are working, and we can have evidence on that. So it was more emphasis on both the core and the business. The business where you have got your HR, you've got your strategic planning, your facilities. So it was a combination of the two. So you can't win one and lose the other one. It has to be a combination of the two. So the emphasis is on saying we're forced to meet the deadlines. It's only reflecting on the core, but it's not reflecting on the other support where there is issues of audit.
Okay, sorry, and at the risk of breaching my deadline with the chair, just the one last aspect on that, and it's just I just wanted to explain this here, because again, so to the layperson, they think auditing is just about the money and so on. So from what you're saying, the when you're saying when you're audited, you're auditing even the numerical issues.
Correct.
Can you just expand on that quickly?
Yeah.
It's called non-financial.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, when the auditors come, especially on
Ex-
the core,
Mhm,
they'll request a sample of files
mhm.
to audit those files.
Mm.
So they'll be checking what have we done in terms of our own standards, our own deadlines that we put in there,
Mm.
whether the investigation plan was signed by the investigator as well as the chief investigator, whether the investigator is following the investigation diary, all those things. So those are non-financial things that the auditors look into.
Indicators.
Yes, yes.
Thank
So it's the whole thing.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. We take a tea break. Mr. Lamula.
Okay.
We're back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning again, Mr. Lamula. Yes. Thank you for your flowing evidence. I hope other witnesses can learn from you in this inquiry and in future impeachment inquiries.
Thank you, and thank you, the chairperson, for the cookies and the coffee.
For the coffee.
Yeah.
Continue, go ahead.
And thank me for the coffee, not the chairperson. All right. Now, it's just two overlapping issues that I wanted to round up. At paragraph 33 of your statement. Yeah, I'll read it out for the sake of progress. Oh, it's there. You said that okay, let's start at 32. Sorry, Sapa. You say, yeah, based on my previous employment experience and my understanding of project management, no leader will be happy if his or her deadlines were not met. Hence, I fail to understand employees complaining about deadlines. I must say that I'm used to deadlines and to tougher leaders when it comes to enforcing them. And just to pause there, when you talk about tougher leaders and more intense deadlines, are you referring to your other employment places?
Yeah, I was referring to my previous experience in other, particularly in the Public Service Commission.
Okay.
Deadlines are deadlines. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And then you say, I never felt that the deadlines were unreasonable. This is now at the PP's office. Employees sometimes failed to meet their own deadlines. We've covered that. If I failed to meet a deadline, I would make a point that my supervisor knows about it, and that's what was expected of the employees. Yes, I think we've covered most of that. So then we can move to the next paragraph, where we now deal with the subtopic of Audi letters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, okay, firstly, let's start at a general level. Let me take one step back here. The idea of Audi letters, I think it was Ms. Motsisi who confirmed that at Home Affairs, the system of Audi letters is prevalent. I think she said she got 2 herself when she worked at Home Affairs.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that?
I'm not certain about that.
Okay, maybe that's because you were a good employee.
No. It could be happening. She was in the province and I was in head office.
Oh, yes, you're
Yeah.
right. She was in Limpopo.
Yes.
Yes,
So
okay.
and it's a different branch.
Fair
it
enough.
was
Yes.
civics and I was in immigration. It could
Yeah.
have happened to her.
Okay, also in a different unit.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't remember now whether
Yeah.
she got it from head office or in the province, but yeah,
Yeah.
you may be right. Anyway, I don't think there's any dispute about the fact that it's a system that's used in various departments. I myself, I don't know whether it's in all departments, but in
Yeah.
some of the departments. Okay, but let's then put that aside. Okay, what was your understanding of what an Audi letter is or seeks to achieve?
An Audi letter should not be seen as a punishment or an intimidation tool. it doesn't just germinate. It could be an issue that was happening most often. Then you are requested to do the correct things, then you are failing. Then the supervisor will give an audit to say, explain to me now we are getting serious now. Explain to me, what are your issues? Why are you not achieving? Why are you doing this? You are given an opportunity to be heard before a decision is made. So it's not meant to achieve 100% compliance by hook or crook or by panga or by nobkari. It's meant to engage the parties, to engage one another, to say that, look, I'm having, for example, I'm having social problems. I'm coming late to work because I drink often. But if you don't issue an audit to that extent, you'll never know what are the issues that this person is facing. And the people we have to be truthful when you get an audit. You don't have to hide, because it's meant to assist, not to punish an individual. It can build you in a way.
Yeah.
If you've got a positive attitude. But if you regard it as a punishment, then you won't achieve anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Well, that's what surprised me. And I think any lawyer, you are a student of law.
Yeah.
You would know that the rule audi alteram partem comes from Roman times. It's one of the most time-tested rules of justice, natural justice.
Yes.
So I didn't know at what point it can become a weapon of, or a panga, as you put it. Yeah. But anyway, there you are. So, all right. So you've told us then what it is in general. Now, let's come to the specific. You yourself was a recipient, according to paragraph 34, was once a recipient of an Audi letter.
Yes.
When was that?
Around May.
Around May this year.
Yes.
Okay. And just tell the committee briefly what that was about and how it was. Okay, let's do one step at a time. What was the alleged transgression?
I just assumed office on the 1st of April as a provincial representative of Western Cape. There were targets or deadlines that were set in the previous financial year, which ended by the 31st of March. And those targets were not achieved. I think in the PP's dashboard, there was some lashing that the PII executive manager got in that dashboard or exco meeting or whatever. Then my feeling was like he has to hide behind something, because those targets, when they were set, he was acting as the provincial rep. So when the audit came, I was alleged to have failed to achieve targets or to finalize matters that were due by the 31st of March. I did accept the audit because there's nothing that I can do. I have to accept it. But I protested, not in a violent way or in a way, whatever. I explained to him to say, I just assumed office and these targets were set when you were still in charge. I don't think I'm the appropriate person to be issued with the audit because I was not in charge. However, I take full responsibility to ensure that whatever targets that were missed going forward, they can be achieved. Then I sent, of course, accepting that it's an audit. I have to explain myself. It's not like I'm guilty of anything. It's not like I'm being intimidated. It's just a matter of saying there's this thing that was not achieved. Maybe senior managers above this EM wanted to know what action was taken against the PR of Western Cape. Then that's how it unfolded. Then I was informed that the audit was eventually withdrawn.
Good. So after you gave the explanation, it was duly withdrawn.
Yes.
Which is what the alteram partem is all about.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, sorry, I was almost laughing when you were giving your answer. do I get it right that you are saying this person was acting
Yes.
as a provincial representative in the
Yes.
Western Cape,
Yes,
and there were deadlines missed in the Western Cape,
yes,
and you were employed in April,
yes,
and that deadline was for that person?
yes, because it was set for March and he was acting, the executive manager was acting during that period.
Okay, and he issued you an Audi for
Yes.
missing his own deadline?
Yeah, in fact, maybe he should have issued it to someone else, but not me. Yeah, I don't know, someone else could even mean himself.
Absolutely, yeah. No, thank you. I think that's obvious. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so, okay, so that's your view on the Audi. Okay, yes, well, again, this should be obvious, but you know, some of the things that were said here might seem obvious to you and me, but we have to deal with them.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of completion, have you ever had a situation where the public protector either issues an Audi or shall we say issues an Audi?
Maybe she could have issued an order to the CEO because she reports to her. But for us who are support staff, who are members of the public protector, assisting the public protector, I have not heard of anyone of us saying they received an order from the public protector. Of course, in these dashboard meetings, she'll also say managers must manage. You must take charge of your teams, whether it's consequence management, that is a product, but I don't remember where she will say, go and issue this person with an Audi or whatever. No, that have not happened.
And by consequence management, that would be part of consequence management would be issuing of Audi.
It could be issuing of Audi, could be canceling a person, wanted to understand what is the issues, making sure that deadlines are met, you know, it's the whole thing, but it was not specific to say go and issue an Audi.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it could even be worse than an Audi. It could be disciplinary action.
It could be
But
anything.
the point I'm making, would that disciplinary action be meted out by the public protector herself?
No.
Thank
We have evidence that she never sit in these disciplinary measures.
Thanks. Yes. Sorry. This is again just for the sake of completion before we move to another topic.
Yeah.
I think you have already testified to this, but just for the sake of emphasis, I'll read your paragraph 40.
Okay.
Okay, you say that my experience is that it is difficult to chase a deadline and compromise quality structures like dashboards and quality assurance, or rather, structures like dashboards and quality assurance will automatically detect poor quality and send the report back to the investigator for it to be fixed. You made that point.
Yeah.
If quality and governance were neglected, anybody would meet any deadline.
Yes.
Okay, and then is the next point that I want to explain to the committee. You see the balanced system, the one we spoke about just before T, of quality, deadline, and governance. The balance system in place makes malicious compliance difficult. Okay, that might be jargon to those who are not used to management.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that last paragraph?
Yeah, like I presented before that in terms of our, for example, of investigation plans, where you will do your own malicious investigation plan, but come dashboard, it will be picked up that you did not do what is supposed to have been done. So there is a bridge that will never cross. So the dashboard and the quality assurance and structures, they are there to guard against those malicious compliances. And even our internal audit unit, when it comes to issues of governance, they occasionally do audits. They will pick it up to say, but here you are not complying. So the structures that are there are working to ensure that there is compliance in terms of our standards. Yeah, of course we take chances and not comply, but at dashboard it will never go through because you'll be embarrassed sometimes the way it will unfold. It's like you never went to university. Because you just brought a 3-page report while the issues that are there are very compelling. So there are systems to guard against malicious compliance. Even though I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but there are systems because in every system there is those who want to circumvent the system, but the systems are there and they are working.
Right. Thank you very much for that explanation. Excuse me. Now we then go towards the next section in your statement. And that the heading there is the public protector's attitude and treatment of staff. You've already testified that you've never witnessed any disrespect and abuse and all that.
Correct.
And then you say at 33, when she raises concern, she was no different from any other leader at Home Affairs. She was at Home Affairs, she was even stricter. So can you explain that comparative analysis? You're saying at Home Affairs she would insist on delivery even in a stricter method. Can you just maybe give the committee an example or illustration of what you meant there?
I'm saying she was stricter there because she was operational. She was always on the ground and she was accessible. So she will know what is it that we are doing. Unlike currently, she's sitting somewhere. She can be operational. In Home Affairs, she'll even go to the storeroom when you say, I can't find the file. You say, okay, let's go and look for this file. So the deadlines that were there, they were stricter and they were achievable because you want to get this thing out and it's about service delivered to the person who is waiting for this document. She was result driven in a way that even though she was stricter, sometimes you don't see it because she's there with you, or she gives you a guidance to say for this one, this is how we need to do it. This one, and we were like in a project plan sort of operation. So we have to start and finish on this particular day so that we can go into the next leg of this thing. So the strictness is in her, but it's not unreasonable. Even in Home Affairs, we could say, but we used to call her sister boss there. I don't know whether she's still amenable for that. But this one, can we shift it forward? Then she'll look into the circumstances, then she'll agree or disagree. Yeah. But she was strict in deadlines to say we need to meet what we have set up ourselves. Unless we set up ourselves for failure, then we don't have to meet a deadline. But if we set up us for success, then we have to meet a deadline. It's for the good of the department and not for the good of us who are employees, for the good of the person outside of the department.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. On a lighter note, since you have had that experience, some of the things we've had here, I'd like you to confirm was that she insists on being called madam, and she wants to be worshipped and all that. Was that your experience of her? Have you ever heard her insisting on something like that?
No, I haven't heard about that, and I don't think she will be pleased to be called madam because it's an ancient term. It looks like you are an old woman. I haven't heard about anyone calling her madam in any way. Well, madam, but I don't think she's that person.
Yes.
In Home Affairs, we used to call Mem Mkhwebane or Advocate Mkhwebane or Director Mkhwebane. Sometimes on a lighter note, when things are flowing nicely, we'll say sister boss, but not in a disrespectful manner. Those accolades,
Yeah.
So the medium one, I'm hearing it for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she wanted to be worshipped, whatever that means.
No, I don't have that experience. In my induction as a public servant, what I know is that you can't share a lift with the minister, the deputy minister, or the DG. If you find them in a lift, we can't enter. If they want to enter a lift, you have to go out. And if they enter a room, you have to stand up. Those are a part of my induction in the public service. In anyway, even in my primary education, the principal enters a classroom, you stand up and say, "Good morning, principal. How are you? We are well. We are fine." I mean, those things are in us. But when she enters the conference room in public protect, I've not heard her saying people must stand up. Of course, some of us will stand up because we are used to that. There will be those who will be sitting. So for her, it was neither here nor there. Yeah.
Good. Okay, thanks. Okay, let's get that out of the way. Anyway, the person who said those things is at the moment refusing to come back to the committee, so we may never be able to deal with us. But that as it may, you then say at paragraph 43, you continue, although she was at director level, that is now at Home Affairs.
Yeah.
But she used to frequent our offices to monitor our work.
Yeah.
She was always on the ground.
Yeah.
Easy to interact with. I suppose her work ethic with reference to her previous employment is what Parliament took into account and recommended her for the position of the public protector.
Yeah.
She enjoys working at the coalface rather than sitting in her office and receiving reports.
Yes.
She clearly enjoyed interacting with the investigators.
Yes.
Having been an investigator herself, she knew what was expected of investigators and was familiar with the usual excuses for failing to deliver.
Yes.
Right. Now, I'm interested in the last part of that. To what extent, if you can assist the committee, do you think, apart from her experience in Home Affairs and wherever else she had worked, the mere fact that she had actually worked at your level and maybe even below, of being an investigator herself, to what extent do you think that advantaged her in her current role?
I think she in her experience as an investigator, she also cut corners. And she knows exactly when you have cut corners.
Yeah.
And every investigator will try to cut corners. But at the end of the day, you are caught and you become a better person. So that's why when the dashboard was started, it was not for investigators, it was for senior managers. Then later on, we were roped in and we were taken through our investigation plans. So in a way, she knew exactly in terms of the matters that we're handling, where we should have been in terms of the investigation. So that gave her an advantage. When you come and say, I have not achieved, she knows the challenges that you could be facing and the possible solution that you could have put in place, the interventions that you could put in place. So it was not a new thing to her in terms of investigation. It was not a new thing to her in terms of managing backlogs because she had been there before. So it gave her an upper hand to understand our challenges and to understand our approach and to understand where we do malicious. Because she was there before. I'm not saying she did cut corners or she was malicious for that matter, but I'm just saying every investigator have got their own experience. I'm relating my own experience. So that gave her an edge, unlike if she was coming from a purely administrative environment. You will not know when we talk about investigation plan. We will have to school you with here. There's no time for schooling. It's about implementation, because those things she know about them.
Okay.
Yeah.
But okay. I think that explains a lot of things because I've been wondering about some of the things that she did in her first 3 months or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. That in any job, people usually take the first 6 months just to scan the environment.
Yeah,
And as they say, to know where, even where your office is here.
yeah.
But am I correct that this idea, or rather the culture or practice, whatever you call it, of excluding investigators from a meeting such as dashboard, which had been there, was changed by her or under her leadership?
Yeah, even though I don't have much background information, like I said, when I arrived there, I was expecting to present into the dashboard, and it did not happen. And there was dashboard for senior managers. Maybe the public protector could not get what she was looking for, and she said everyone, investigators must come.
attend.
So it is a brainchild, if I were to be allowed to put it that way, because I was told there was think tank made of certain people who deal with those reports, but now it's free for all. As long as an investigator have got a matter, you go to dashboard. So that's why we learn, and I'm hoping that even now the quality of work that we do is improving, because we learn every day when we go to dashboard.
Thank you. Okay. And well, from what you've said, then that brainchild or innovation of hers, you see it as a good development, as a good thing.
It's an impactful development.
Thank you. Then at 46, you say, unlike some other leaders, I cannot describe her of being arrogant and or drunk with power. She has been in power for a long time at different workplaces. She's one person who's chasing good governance. Good governance and work quality are part and parcel of her work ethic. We've covered that. Next paragraph, you say, frankly, I'm not surprised when she achieved the massive reductions in backlogs and the clean audits. She always emphasized that those were not her individual achievements, but those of the collective. However, it was her leadership which made the achievements possible. Then the next topic, which I'll touch on just with one, say the Office of the Public Protector has a mandate to deliver to the public. It has the public as its client. How do we then delay serving the public by fighting unrealistic deadlines? In my view, this is selfish. You have someone thinking about his or her job, but fail to consider the objective or constitutional mandate of the office he or she serves. Self-sacrifice is in the nature of the public service. You've already made that point. Maybe those who do not want to serve the public should not have been employed in the Office of the Public Protector, and some would be more suited and even better paid in the private sector. Think of a person waiting for months with no outcome to address his or her problems. Can you just speak to that? And that is the focus on not yourselves now, but on what you call the clients, the public.
Yeah.
And so it's called the public protector.
Yes.
It's not about you.
Mm.
What is the role of that? Firstly, as I say, broadly as a public servant, from your experience in the public service, but specifically in this office.
Look, the office is for the defenseless and the less resourceful persons, people who are dead, but they are working. So if we don't deliver on the mandate of the public protector, which is supporting constitutional democracy, then we are perpetuating constitutional change of power, because people will revolt. So with me or the public protector, as I have already said, she was in a powerful position before. You can choose to be in the public service or go to the private. I think the two of us can go to the private and we can coin it, but it's not about money. It's about serving the public. So in the public protector, you deal with different people from different backgrounds. Unlike in Home Affairs, we were dealing with refugees, a specific community of people. In public protector, everyone is equal. Even the president can open a complaint and we investigate it the same way like any other complaint. And our services are free, by the way. So you cannot say I'm rendering a service that is free, so I don't have to be worried as to when I will finish it, because you are not paying in any way. So even if I can finish it by 2030 is fine. That is not how the office is all about. The office is about the people. And the public protector does not only protect the complainants, even the people that are being complained against, they are also protected. So it's a very challenging job. Some can say it's a calling, because I, for myself, I don't regard myself as an employee. I regard myself as a staff member. When you are a member, Mr. Mpofu, you are a member of something else. If the organization goes down, you have to go down. You work for that particular organization, not for a particular individual. So I'm of the view that the public protector, she's working for the public protector. Advocate Mkwevane is working for the public protector, the institution. And if she fails, with me assisting her, appointed to assist her as a member, I contributed to that failure. And her failure is the failure to render a service to the people. So it has got far-reaching implications. It's not only the Gogo bossman that we saw in the photo. There are financial implications for failure to achieve. Families can break, people can revolt. So it's one of the offices that is very at the forefront of service delivery. We are not saying we achieve everything, but we try with whatever resources that we have to achieve the little that we can and change people's lives.
Thank you.
And people's lives have been changed. You have seen it from the photos. One of those photos that at least May Bosman, when the rain comes, she will sleep. When there is wind, she will sleep, unlike when before the house was built. So it's one of those offices really that we have to thank our godfathers that created the office.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And okay, maybe you can explain this notion of not being an employee, but a member of the public protector or someone who assists. Where does that come from?
Oh, okay. I don't wish to make it a legalistic thing, but from the act itself, it makes provision for the appointment of staff members to assist the public protector. So when you are a staff member, you are more than an employee. You are more than a worker. So whatever happens to that institution also touches you one way or the other, directly or indirectly. So I'm here as a staff member for the public protector, not Advocate Mkwevane for the public protector. So I have to assist. If she fails, I have assisted her to fail. If she succeeds, I have assisted her to succeed. But at the end of the day, it's about the institution. It's not about the individual. Of course, there is a leader in every institution. And that leader should not be a face of failure alone. We have to be collectively held accountable and responsible. Maybe in the future, as the public protector is a so generous institution, maybe in the future will be impeached as staff members that failed to assist the public protector to achieve what she needs to achieve.
Thank you. Good. I like that example. Okay. Then at 48, you say people also need to understand that the public protector merely exercises constitutional power, not her power. Hence, no witness is accusing her of exercising her power unconstitutionally. She never belittled or disrespected anyone in the meetings.
Yes.
Even when she would occasionally raise her voice when frustrated, she was never rude.
Yes.
I think you've already explained that, unless if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I've not experienced a change in the tone of her voice since I've known her. Even when she was being interviewed for the post, the tone of her voice remained the same. Even I had an opportunity to watch the last time when you, Mr. Mpofu, when you walked, then she had an opportunity to present certain things. The tone of the voice remained the same. If that tone of the voice is rude, maybe we have to consider it as a medical condition or a disability of some sort, because that's how it is. But I've never heard anyone saying she was rude to the parliamentarians and anyone. The voice remains the same, and it is what it is. And comparatively speaking, comparing the tone of her voice with our CEO, the CEO's voice is much more higher than. So, are we going to say the voice is rude? You know, it's maybe rudeness is we see it differently, but I've not experienced that.
So you also saw Mr. Advocate Mpofu walking out as well when you're watching.
Yeah, I saw that.
No, it's fine. Thank you. Proceed, Advocate Mpofu.
I saw him on YouTube.
That is a trap. I think you are more observant than the chair. I saw that you say when you walked, and now he's adding walk out.
Yes.
But we see you, Chairperson. Okay, thank you. Right. No, thank you. Thank you. On a more serious note, you are saying the tone of voice that she displayed here and in those days was the same tone of voice that she would use and which she used in the parliamentary interviews as well.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. Now, right, at 50, okay, we're coming towards the end. At 50, you say for the National Assembly to make sense of what I'm talking about when it comes to the public protector's Ubuntu, then you say some of the witnesses portrayed her as a demon or monster. As I've indicated, I used to report to the late Mr. Madiba. Right, that's the issue that we, and maybe give some background here. One of the aspects which in my 5 indicators that I spoke about had to do with what I call her alleged insensitivity.
Yeah.
And it was demonstrated, quote unquote. One of the examples was how harshly she allegedly treated Mr. Madiba.
Yes.
You reported to Mr. Madiba.
Yeah.
And you can confirm, which is common cause now, that he was a very sickly person.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, this is a strange one because contrary to what we were told here, you seem to have the impression that she was too soft on Mr. Madiba at your expense. Can you explain that whole thing to the committee?
Yeah. Having worked with refugees and joining the public protector, I was reporting to Mr. Madiba, the late Mr. Madiba, and I'm saying this being mindful that in our own upbringings, we don't say ill things about those who have departed, but I've taken an oath to say the truth. And I'm mindful not to hurt the families of Mr. Madiba, but there is evidence that this is what has happened. I won't sugarcoat it.
Thank you for that.
I'll also be mindful not to hurt my own mother when I talk about those who have departed, because she cautioned me to be careful not to exaggerate, because it's not how I was brought up. But this is a committee which need information to make a decision at the end of the day. And it is the truth that I'm going to say.
Thank you.
What happened is that my son was involved in an accident. Then I sent an email to the late Libas to say, no, I'm leaving office. I need to attend to my son who was involved in an accident. It was around March 2018. Then he did not respond. Then I went and attended to that. It was already around 4 or 5 to attend to that incident. Then the following day, I have to take my son back to hospital for other procedures. Then I have to go back to office because I normally don't carry my laptop to work to home for security reasons. In order for me to do family responsibility leave. So I go to the office. I left my son in the hospital and went to the office to do family responsibility leave. Unfortunately, the leave does not report to Mr. Madiba. It goes to another senior investigator who approved. Then I informed Mr. Madiba to say, following the initial email of my son being involved in an accident, then I'm taking family responsibility leave. So he was not happy with that, to say who approved it. So there was an exchange of emails between me and him, which was not pleasant. But
sorry, can you try and speak up a bit?
Which was not pleasant, to extent that the last email was, I'm quoting, but not verbatim. I'm not in the habit of feeding cockroaches. So my response was, why do you call me a cockroach? So it was like, did I call you a cockroach? I said, yes, you say you don't respond. You don't have the habit to feed cockroaches. You are referring to me. Then I picked up a phone and called him to say, you know, people who were called cockroaches in certain countries, they were slaughtered. So are you implying that I have to be slaughtered because no one likes a cockroach? We even have a very big industry that sells a pesticide that deals with cockroaches. It's not a pet. So we had that exchange. So I ended up lodging a grievance because he was not coming to the party to say sorry and stuff. So I lodged a grievance, and knowing the public protector that she dealt with people that were referred to as cockroaches, I was expecting a straight dismissal. And I was like, this man is going to be dismissed. So he was not well. He just came from hospital maybe 2 months back or 1 month back. So he was still having operations. And for me, it was nothing. You have to face the consequences. You can't say this and hide behind something. You must face the consequences. So I remember in the grievance, one of the things that when I look back and say, but I think I overreacted. I wanted him to write an apology in English of 500 words. So yeah, it was unreasonable. So the grievance went to management. Then I ended up not reporting to him, went to the CEO, but then it was Mr. Mahlangu. So the approach from Mr. Mahlangu was, no, let's sit, let's reconcile, let's do this. But I was adamant that the public protector needs to know about this thing because I have already perceived sort of the mind of the public protector, that she knows about what will happen to a person who is called a cockroach. I did not read the mind properly. When the matter went to the public protector, I think there was an engagement between the public protector and the CEO to say, are we really going to take this man as per the grievance, or we can reach an amicable solution, so to say, to such an extent that let's look for a lesser sanction rather than going for a full-blown disciplinary hearing. Then I was told by Mr. Mahlangu, no, I discussed this matter with the public because it was going to have an impact on the institution to say, hey, the public protector again, people are calling each other cockroaches. So I was called to the office to discuss the matter. Then after explanation, then okay, written warning is okay. Then the other thing is that now I call my mom. This man calls me a cockroach. He says, are you a cockroach? So what is management saying? I said, they are just giving me a written warning. I said, no, it's enough. It's enough. So you have done your part. It's okay. Then later on, I engaged a junior investigator to say, but do you see this public protector? This man calls me this and that, but he does not act. I said, but take yourself into the shoes of the man who is sickly and put yourself the public protector. He has to balance humility, justice, and mercy. And you are okay, you are fine, you can live with this thing. Even though it's painful, but you can accept that you have done something, and the public protector, she's not saving herself, she's just saving this man. Otherwise, if she goes on, or I'm sorry to say the CEO, if he goes on to charge this guy, and this guy is dismissed, so it will be because of you. So I said, oh, okay, if that is the case, no. That's why I see there was humility in her decision to say, okay, let me save this one because he will need the medical aid, he will need all these things, all these benefits. So I accepted it. Initially, I did not want to accept it, but after, you engage and you talk about it, then I accepted. That's where I say, okay, she's at it again, because it was not happening for the first time. When we went in Home Affairs, there was a family who did not qualify for any travel document, and their child was sick. They had money. They wanted to take the child to the USA. So we have to find a way to issue a travel document for that family. So if these people come to your office with this sickly child with an incurable condition in South Africa, then it was one of those things that you have to persuade the minister to say, okay, we can do this, and one-way travel document or two-way travel document just for this poor child to get medical assistance. So she went out of her way to assist that family. She went out of her way to make that me and Mr. Madiba are reconciled in a more humanly way. So she have got humility, she have got mercy. Yeah, she's just like any other child who is born out of a womb of a woman. So there will be those instances. Yeah. So I don't fault her for that. And I'm more relieved that she took that decision.
Thank you very much. So although you were deeply hurt, obviously, and you wanted Mr. Madiba's head to be chopped.
Yeah, and they will always say lala ngengceba, even though there's no ngceba, you just have to lala.
As they say in the township, breathing through the wound.
Yeah.
Yes, but on a serious note to you, then you're saying you accepted that holistic solution in the end. Yeah.
No ill feelings, but life moved on. We worked on with Mr. Madiba.
But the key issue is that at some point before that acceptance, your feeling was that she was actually let me put it this way, favoring Mr. Madiba.
Yes. If I had
sacrificing your feelings.
If I had my way, it's only that the professionalism that she has displayed, I could have gone to her office and demanded something, because even our union guys were pushing to say, let's go this route. But I'm also a human being. I also considered that to say, but if, like I said, the junior investigator advice, put yourself in the shoes of this person, then we are also hurt one or the other. But at the end of the day, humility, mercy was the winner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, that then covers all the 5 issues. Yes. That I spoke about earlier. So in closing, what I'd like, I then would like again to situate your evidence broadly around the issue of incompetence, as I said, and then narrowly on the 5 specific topics. You say at paragraph 51, and this is the climax, if you like, of your evidence, or the culmination conclusion. You say, like all human beings, Advocate Mkhwebane has her shortcomings, but she has done an excellent service to the people of South Africa. To even associate her with alleged incompetence is a grave concern. She is more than competent for the job of public protector. When her term ends in the next 10 months, it will be a loss to the institution she has helped to build and to the South African public in its constant fight against the twin scourges of maladministration and corruption. Now, I want you to talk to those sentiments, because they also echo, you are an insider. Yesterday, we had someone who's an outsider, member of the public, who also said that it will be a loss to the institution when her term ends. But the emphasis is on what you say, she's more than competent for the job of public protector, because again, we can't talk about competence or incompetence in the air. It's around the job of public protector. Can you, and then the third sentiment, sorry, I'm piling this question to try and save time. The third sentiment is, as you say, she's human. She has frailties like all of us. But to say she has done an excellent service to the people of South Africa. Can you unpack those? And I'll help you if the question is too long. I'll help you in between.
Oh, okay. No, thank you for that. We should be in a position where she should be wrapping up her work, not where we are now. But unfortunately, this is the situation. The 6 years and some months that she was in charge were not wasted years. They were fruitful years. Evidence is there. It has been proven. It could be one or the other. Some were not happy. Some are not happy, but the evidence is there, speaks for itself. You just flighted a photo of one of her deliverables. So to say she's not competent is something else. And I'm told, and there's evidence that since the inception of the Public Protector Office, the establishment of the office, there was no clean audit. So to get a clean audit for 2-3 consecutive years, it's not drawing. It's not it's not pap and place. What we say in the location, it's not pap and place. It needs resilience. It needs teamwork, because all those achievements are not her achievements, are for the institution. And I don't remember her saying, you see, I've done this, I've done that. No, she's a person who says you have to ensure that the institution that you are working to has a legacy, a lasting legacy. Change lives of the people while you still can. So you don't want to work here, you retire, then the next thing you are having problems with the GPA, which you should have sorted out while you are still working for the Public Protector. So it was never about herself. It was about the institution. The Committee of Parliament found her to be competent in her interviews. And I remember even in the print media, we were informed that she's the only candidate who remembered all the names of the people who were interviewing her. I can't remember any, I only remember the chairperson and the Dali. The rest I have to read. So to say she's not competent in that effect, it shows that her mind is very sharp. And by the way, she was an investigator before in the institution. That's why maybe she was able to hit the ground running. And in terms of investigation, on the good governance part, the part that she traveled from Home Affairs to when she joined the Public Protector, it also helped her. Even though when the very first clean audit of the department, I can't remember whether she was there or not, but when we worked with her, she was of the view that let's do our own clean audit in our own directorate. Even if the whole institution cannot achieve, but we must not be found to be wanting, because a clean audit is informed by those smaller business units audits. So it will be a loss, but there are systems that she has put in place that are working. Even now, when she's not in office, we still follow those systems that she has put in place. It would be unfortunate that she could not wrap her work to hand over to the new Public Protector. But it's also a scary situation for potential Public Protectors out there to say, hey, you go there, possible of being impeached is very high. regardless of how you achieve your work. So for me, she's competent. She has demonstrated that in the past 6 years, and she's still demonstrating that even now. So, well, the committee will make a decision on whether she's still competent. She was competent when she was appointed, and whether after 6 years she's no longer competent. That is for the committee to decide what happened. By the way, as people, we've got a duty to assist the public protector to be effective, to be independent, and to do its work. So one will ask, Mr. Lamula, what help or what assistance have you given to the public protector to achieve? If not, that we assisted the public protector to fail. What help have you given the public protector not to be impeached, if not to encourage an impeachment process? But having said that, I can't help it if the committees find it that she's no longer competent. It's the decision of the committee. But for me, she's still competent.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And no, thank you for that. And you have touched on the issue of, well, firstly, let me say that I think the takeaway for the chair will be the statement you've made that 3 clean audits is not pap and place, Chairperson. Thank you very much. You referred to Thank you. I was saying, okay, well, let me put it this way. You touched on what things, got the name of the author now, who came up with this idea of in management called the learning organization. And it's one school of thought in management, which I believe in very much. But I think it's Peter Senge, something like that. Yeah. You've referred to learning from failure, and you've specifically referred to the issue of the court judgments and criticisms that might come from those. And what in your view, what learnings would you take from those kinds of realities of life? Or as an institution, was there any effort to learn from those?
Yeah. Every court judgment that is issued, whether against or for the public protector, does not just go and lie somewhere. We are engaged. There is always some meeting where legal services will take us through where have we went wrong. And as an individual, you also have the responsibility to go and read that judgment and so that it can assist you not to do the same errors that were done in terms of the investigation. So we learn a lot about these judgments because even our reports, the reports of that are signed by the public protector, I'm of the view that they are also learning documents. I have seen students referring to some of the public protector's reports in their research, particularly students dealing with issues of public administration. I've seen a couple of those students wanting to know much about the work of the public protector. So judgments, one or the other, they are also means for us to learn that we are not above the law. We can't be doing things the way we want. There is always that a check from the courts. So we learn, and we are encouraged to read these judgments. It doesn't just go out then we moan or whatever. We learn from those judgments. I remember the previous spokesperson used to convene meetings for us to engage these judgments, and sometimes you find that, okay, maybe the court was also wrong on these areas, but in any way it's a judgment but we have to learn from that. So there are things that we have learned from the judgments, and we're still learning even now. We use these judgments at some point to draft our own reports to avoid falling into the same trap. We reference these judgments in certain instances. Yeah.
Thank you. And you've finally you've touched on something that the public protector herself. We have put this to other witnesses, but when she testifies, she will deal with as having one of her milestones, which she set for herself, and I think this was also dealt with in her interview in Parliament, was that she said she would not want to leave that office in a worse state than she found it.
Yeah.
In other words, she would like the new public protector to not to inherit her problems and backlogs and what have you.
Yeah.
Now, we know that, and as you say, this should be the phase where she's wrapping up to make sure or doing a handover to the next public protector.
Mm.
In fact, when we come back here in January, she'll be left with 8 months or so to do that because of the condition she finds herself in now. Would you say that, given the momentum that has been there for the 6 years that you've mentioned, it would be a good thing or a bad thing if she had the opportunity to do that wrap up, even if it's not for the year that she planned, but for whatever period might still be remaining? And no, not for her, but for the country.
Yeah. It's the ideal situation where there has to be a wrapping up, a closal report, and a handover report. I don't know whether she received the same from the previous public protector, that there was a closal report. I'm fascinated to see that happening. I've been watching how Obama handed over power to this other guy, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, so it was like an orientation to say, now you are entering this space. This is what it is. So I wish if that can happen, to properly hand over the baton, properly hand over the staff. Unlike just coming, occupy an empty office, you don't know where's the bathroom, who to contact, where's the nearest kitchen, just to generalize. So a proper handover is very good for continuity of any institution. Where there's no proper handover, you'll find you struggle for that's why people ask for 100 days. But if there's a proper handover, you don't ask for that 100 days. You hit the ground running because you know where to go, where are the pressure points and stuff like that. If she can be allowed to do that, so it would be good.
Well, thank you very much. Well, let's hope sanity will prevail and we don't chase agendas, but chase the service to the people. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamula.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Mpofu and Mr. Lamula so far. So what we'll do now, we're going to use the next 10 minutes and start the next session, but I think your pop and place has derailed me on that. So I will allow you to go and enjoy pop and place.
Okay.
And we'll pack that in 45 minutes. We'll be back here so that we don't prolong the day.
Okay.
We'll take lunch for 45 minutes. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Back at 1:30.
Recording stopped.
I'm just asking, Chair.
you.
progress.
Hope you enjoyed your pop and place.
Yeah, very well. Was
okay.
missing was whiskey, so.
Thank you. We now proceed with Mr. Lamula, and I'm going to ask Advocate Bauer. No problem, no problem. No problem. That's fine. Or we can. You can now switch on your mic, Mr. Lamula, and interact with Advocate Bauer.
Thank
And
you.
after that, it will be the interaction with the members. Hopefully then you would have done your day, but I cannot guarantee that. It
Thank you.
depends. We might be here with you the whole night or call you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Over to you, Advocate Bauer.
My apologies, Mr. Lamula. I was trying to save time by doing that quickly.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you at the level of generality and then talk to you but more specifically. You talked about your employment at Home Affairs, and at the time the PP was at Home Affairs.
Yes.
Let's just be a bit more specific. What was your job at Home Affairs precisely?
Thank you. I was a refugee. I was appointed as a refugee status determination officer, and I was responsible for the issuance and management of passports and travel documents, as well as doing the refugee status determination processes.
And where were you based?
In head office, Pretoria.
All right. And that spanned how many years?
From 2005 to 2006.
Okay. So you were at Home Affairs for a year.
No, it's a unit. It's a business unit that I was working for. It was from 2005 to 2006, around June, July. That is the Asylum Seeker Management Unit. Then I moved to another unit where I started working as a control immigration officer, doing investigation in the department. Then I moved to another business unit also, port control, where I was in charge as a deputy director. I was in charge of the border post. Then during that time, I was also, before that, I moved to counter corruption and security, where I was doing investigation for internal breaches, corruption and all stuff. Then as an assistant director, as well as an acting deputy director. Then I moved to port control, where I was appointed as a deputy director, responsible for the land and rail post of entry, until I left Home Affairs in 2014.
And from Home Affairs, you went to Public Service Commission.
Yes.
Now, during that period, you were at Home Affairs, right? Which part of which job did you have personal interaction with the PP with?
The job of dealing with passports.
So that was the period in 2005, 2006.
Yes, as well as doing the status determination officer, and when we were dealing with the backlog. So it was not a specific job, it was a general interaction of the jobs.
And that spanned the period of 2005, 2006 as well?
Yes.
Right.
As well as when we were dealing with the refugee, the xenophobic attacks, which happened in 2018. So we were taken from where we were, from other business units, to come and assist in that regard.
So in 2018,
yes,
the PP was already at Public Protector's Office.
Yes.
And so were you.
Yes.
Right. So we're talking about when you were employed by the Home Affairs, the period where the PP was at Home Affairs and the period that you were at Home Affairs, that you had interaction with her. As I understand you, it was the period 2005, 2006.
Yes, that's what I was working under her unit.
Under a unit.
Yes, it doesn't mean that I did not interact with her after that. Even when I was in charge of the border post, we continued that interaction when there was the xenophobic attacks, we worked under her because I had the experience and knowledge of dealing with refugee matters. So I had already left when the xenophobic attacks happened in 2009. I have already left her unit. But because of the magnitude of the work that needed to be done, I was roped in.
Right, so stop for a moment. You're going too quickly for me.
Chair, sorry,
Advocate both.
yes,
Just
just
pause a little
to
bit.
assist the record, yeah. I think there's a point at which I don't know who started the problem, but there's a point at which there was talk about 2018. I think that whoever started it meant 2008. Yeah, because by 2018, everyone was out of there.
Right, okay. So let's do 2000.
Even though there was another eruption of xenophobic in 2018, but I think, okay.
And to the one of 2009, 2008, yes, because we're still in Home Affairs by then. Yes.
Sorry, I may be confusing with you. We are talking about two periods while you're both employed at Home Affairs,
Yes.
where you've had interactions with her.
Yeah.
The first period is in 2005, 2006,
Yes.
and the second period is in 2009,
Yes.
right? If that is not exactly right, it doesn't matter. So in 2005, 2006, what position does the PP have?
She was a director.
Director.
Yeah.
And you were based at head office and she was based at head office.
Yes.
Right. And did you report to her directly?
No,
Okay. So what was the nature of the interactions you had?
because I was dealing with face value documents. Every time when there is a passport that needs to be issued, she needs to be informed as to who is the recipient of that passport. When IDs were applied, she needs to be informed how many refugees have applied for IDs and what is the process and what is the stage of ID applications. So she was constantly informed on that process, because we're only two, if not three of us who were dealing with that process. And I was more involved in passports and IDs. So it was a weekly thing that we have to report to her. What is the process? How far are we? Is particularly with IDs.
And when you did that, did you report in person or did you report via route forms going up to the DG or the director? Sorry, not the DG.
It will depend. At times it will be your weekly reports templates. At times it will be through meetings. At times it will be direct reporting, depending on the nature of the work that she needs to be informed.
Right. And you were not involved during the same period with any investigations?
No, by then, no.
And did you have personal knowledge then or now about any of the other tasks that the PP was involved in, apart from supervising you on the IDs and the passports?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
She was also supervising a refugee status determination process. She was also supervising the issue of refugee reception processes and the issues of business, administration, HR, and stuff.
But you were not involved in those?
No, those were for other people, not for me.
So you knew about it, but you were not involved in it?
Yes.
Right. Now we come to 2009.
Yeah.
There was xenophobic attacks and you had knowledge and you were roped in. How precisely were you roped in?
There was a circular that was issued by the department to say, due to the magnitude of the problem, people must assist asylum seeker management to deal with documentation of undocumented people, and those who volunteered, and there were those who were selected like me to lead the teams because I had prior knowledge of what is happening there. So that's how we were roped in.
And what did that entail? What did your tasks entail?
It entailed that we have to go to these refugees or asylum seekers were displaced in certain places, somewhere in schools, somewhere in open spaces, somewhere in churches, somewhere in police stations. So we'll go to those places and document them and interview them. Some were already in the system. We just process whatever document that needs to be processed. So we'll get there maybe at around 7, 6 in the morning. We'll work until late, depending as to whether there is electricity or not. If there is no electricity, sometimes we'll move to another place where there is a need to wrap up on those processes. So we're doing basically the refugees asylum seeker management processes of documenting and checking the statuses of these people. Some had passports, they never applied for asylum seeker permits, then we will assist in that regard.
And what was the PP's role in all of this?
As a director, she was overseeing the process. She was coming to inspect whether things are done in the correct way. I remember in certain instances, she have to work also because you have people with special needs that were in your church, somewhere in police stations. She has to work to do the same job that we were doing, because it was more of a manual job where you fill in the form, interview the person, then you give those who had access to the computers to print whatever document that needs to be printed. At times will come with the other managers to oversee and assist. So it was not only for the juniors to do the job, even senior managers were also involved in that.
And you didn't perform any investigative function during that period?
I was already doing investigation in 2009 at counter-corruption.
Now, let's talk about the period when you had interaction with the PP. You were not reporting to her on any investigations?
No, I was not reporting to her on investigation, no. It was only, we're reporting to other teams in terms of the processes of asylum seeker.
Right. So now let's turn to the Office of the Public Protector.
Yeah.
Right. You started there as a senior investigator in the GGI unit in 2017.
Correct.
In June 2017, I think is correct.
Correct.
Right. You got promoted to provincial representative in March 2022.
Correct.
Right. Correct me anytime I'm wrong. I know Advocate Mpofu's got another engagement, so I'm trying to hurry things along here to assist him.
Yeah.
Right. Now, when you do your affidavit, you do it from the perspective of your experience at the Public Protector's Office, and your observations, as I understand what you say. Do you have a copy of your affidavit in front of you?
No.
Okay. Shepo, let's put it up. You say at the bottom of paragraph 17, I will therefore share my own experiences and observations in the hope to assist the committee in the task.
Yes.
So the affidavit is drafted from the perspective of your own experiences.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. So let's talk about that experience for a moment. Right. You serve in the GGI unit as an senior investigator.
Correct.
Right? You would answer to a chief investigator or to, correct?
Correct.
That chief investigator would answer to the provincial representative,
No.
to the head of GGI,
To the executive manager of GGI.
executive manager GGI,
Correct.
right? And that executive manager GGI then answers when there's a COO to the COO or both to the COO and the CEO, depending on who's there.
Correct.
Right. And that then goes up to the PP.
Correct.
Now, how much direct contact do you have with the PP?
I will say during the dashboard, we will have
Okay.
a direct contact with the PP.
Okay, just pause, Advocate Bauer, Advocate Mbof.
Chairperson, sir, if with your permission, and so this is our fault. I didn't realize the witness doesn't have his statement in front of him. I have an unsigned version. If I can just give it to him in case there's need to refer to it. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's just list him. We'll come to the nature of it in a moment. You say dashboard meetings,
Yes.
right? Any other contact besides dashboard meetings?
There were, of course, some contacts when I was dealing with certain particular cases that she wanted an update. So
Okay.
I will go there with the chief investigator, will update her.
Okay. And that's, you don't serve on any other committees as a senior investigator on which the PP also sits?
No, as a senior investigator, we only have that interaction at the dashboard, and later there was a file inspection dashboard. And when there is a need for her to call upon us to say, I want a feedback on this particular matter, then I will go and give that feedback.
Okay, right. Now, let's talk about this dashboard meetings for a moment. And I'll tell you why I want to go to the dashboard meetings. It fits into the context of when did you start attending dashboard meetings?
I can't precisely remember, but could be around 2018, if not 2019. I can't precisely remember the period.
Now, we have heard evidence here that initially dashboard meetings was quarterly and then they became monthly and sometimes they were even more frequent. Did you go to every dashboard meeting?
No, it was not every dashboard meeting. It was dependent on the matters that I was handling. If my matters were those that out of time frame or the special case matters, then I have to report on those matters at dashboard. Like I said initially, the dashboard was meant for the chief investigators as well as the executive managers. Then later investigators were roped in. So I can't precisely remember when did we start attending the dashboard.
In fact, that was correct. And we've had evidence here that it was only sometimes that investigators came from approximately sometime last year that investigators attended the meeting, but for the most part, it was up to the 2020, not last year, I mean 2022 now. That for the most part, it was the executive managers that accounted the dashboard meetings for the investigations and the files that fell under them. Would that be correct?
It's correct. I've already laid evidence on that.
Right. In fact, in 2020, it was COVID. So I might actually be right that there wasn't even physical meetings held in 2020. Whatever would have occurred was virtual.
Yeah, correct.
Right. And so do you attend the meetings virtually or do you attend them physically?
They were attended virtually for the larger part of the year, but there were instances where it would be one or two, if I can remember, where it was in the conference room. But
okay.
Remember, there was COVID, so it was not something that was done frequently. But maybe it was once or two.
I'm going to come back to the question of dashboards in a moment, but let's just go back to paragraph 6 of your affidavit. Sepo, you can write it for us. Right, just to help the members. Now, you say you've not followed the evidence of all the witnesses who have previously testified, but you've listened to some of the evidence and followed some of the reports in the media. Whose evidence did you listen to?
I listened to not the whole presentation by Mr. Neshunzi. I also listened to the evidence by Mr. Stolle, and I also listened to evidence led by Mr. Niels, just to mention a few, but most of them, some we just read from the newspapers, what was presented. So I did not entirely follow the whole process. It was pieces and bites. Yeah.
I don't blame you, Mr. Lamula. Okay, so you listened to Mr. Nshunzi,
Yeah.
Mr. Satoli, and Mr. Van der Merwe.
Yes.
And maybe not all of them.
Yeah, not all of them, and not the entire presentation.
Did you listen to anybody else?
No, I can't say I listened, because it would be like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, then you are off, because we have to be working most of the time. So I did not listen to other witnesses that presented. I don't know. I know that Bona presented. I know that Ms. Melisiwe also testified. I know that Ntori Singh also testified, but I did not listen to their evidence.
Right. And did you read any of the affidavits?
No.
Right. And there are transcripts of the evidence on the internet. Did you consider any of the transcripts?
No.
Right. So can I ask you, in paragraph 7, you say, I'm of the firm view of your affidavit, I'm of the firm view that some of the evidence has grossly misrepresented the true situation of the Public Protector's Office.
Yeah.
Now, the nature and purpose of the relevant meetings. Tell me what of the evidence that I'm looking at paragraph 7. What of the evidence, in your view, grossly misrepresented the true situation at the Public Protector's Office?
The issue about deadlines.
Yes.
The deadlines were not imposed. They were,
Right. So
they were
who-
coming from our investigation plans. And when I read this from the newspaper, I'm of the view that it was presented by, if I'm not mistaken, by Ms. Mohalali or Ms. Ntori Singh. As I said, I did not follow all the presentation, but I read about such things in the newspaper. Sometimes I'll go in there, have 2 minutes, 3 minutes listening, so, but not the entire presentation.
So you, for the most part, you got that from media reports,
Yes,
right? And the part that you say was a gross misrepresentation was that deadlines was imposed.
yes.
Was there anything else that you thought was a gross misrepresentation?
The issue of saying the public protector wants to be worshipped. I have already demonstrated that my experience, she has not been that person. The issue of saying we compromise quality by pushing deadlines. Also, I read from the reports. I think I've already presented that we were sent back if the work was not of good quality, was sent back.
And did you read all the media reports that were out that you could find? Do you have a specific media report that you favored?
No. I read from the City Press, I read from the Sunday Times, I also read from the Daily Maverick.
Okay. You then go on in paragraph 8. Let me just turn to paragraph 8.
Yeah.
You then say in paragraph 8, I do agree with what all the employee witnesses have confirmed. How did you ascertain what all the employee witnesses had confirmed?
Like I said, I read the testimonies, what was testified from the newspapers in a summary of the newspaper articles. When the person has testified, there will be an article that is written on that particular person. Then I will read that and I'll understand what was being testified all about.
So, Mr. Lamula, I'm not disputing that we have had evidence here that the PP is hardworking, she's dedicated, she puts in long hours. What I am putting to you is that, to my recollection, that was not the evidence of all the witnesses, nor did all the witnesses say that.
Yeah, it could be that. That is your view. But what I'm saying from what I know, what I've read from the newspapers, I could be saying all witnesses. Maybe I should not have said all witnesses. I should have said from the witnesses' testimony that I've read.
And all the witnesses didn't necessarily say she was highly driven. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I want to, let's leave it at the level of what you have obtained of the information of the witnesses you obtained from media reports.
Yeah.
Other than the 3 whom you've listened to.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
So you would know that media reports is hearsay evidence.
Correct.
And if the journalist got it wrong, then you would be lulled by that wrong information.
Correct.
You then go on and you say in paragraph 7, the nature and purpose of the relevant meetings. Which meetings are you referring to?
The dashboard meetings, the file inspection meetings,
Okay, those are the only 2 meetings you're referring to.
and the quality assurance meetings.
The?
Quality assurance meetings.
Do you go to quality assurance meetings?
Yes.
Since when?
Since its inception, I think it's around late last year, because there is a unit for quality assurance.
Right. And you part,
And
well,
even-
there's been a
and
unit
if-
for quality assurance. Sorry, Mr. Lamula. There's been a unit for quality assurance much longer because the PP started something much earlier was our evidence. But
Uh,
you started attending from when?
You attend quality assurance meeting when you have got a matter that needs to be discussed. So for all my matters that were discussed at quality assurance, I attended those meetings. Besides the quality assurance, we've got also the full bench meeting. If the matter has been discussed at quality assurance, it goes to the full bench, where it's also discussed. So you will attend those meetings depending on your matters that are there.
So when you have a report that comes up, you would go to the full bench meeting with your report.
Yes.
And you say you disagree with some of the evidence given on these topics. So which specific evidence do you disagree on the topics of the meetings?
I have already indicated that I disagree with what was said about deadlines.
Okay, right. And what intentions and objectives of the public protector were you referring to?
I'm referring to the work of the office and what does the public protector want to achieve at the end of the day. And her intention when she calls these meetings is to make sure that the work is going smoothly and the objectives that we need to render a service.
Okay. And you get informed that that's her intention and objectives by which manner?
Come again?
How do you know that that's her intention and her objectives?
They are there in the threat plan.
In the?
In the threat plan, our business plan.
Okay.
Yes, and in the Vision 2023.
Right, that's good. Right. Then let's come to the dashboard meetings. You didn't really attend dashboard meetings in 2018 and 2019, did you?
No,
So you start attending dashboard meetings sometime in 2020.
correct.
Correct. Right. And you only attend those dashboard meetings at which you're asked to come and explain about the report.
Correct.
Now, the reason why I ask you this is, Mr. Lamula, we've had several witnesses who come here and they say to us, when you go to dashboard, you don't discuss the substance of the report. You don't discuss the quality or the detail of the report. What we go there for is to say, where's the report at? Why is the report late? What still needs to be done on the report? Where's the Section 7(9) notice? But we don't actually have a conversation about the details of the report at the dashboard meeting. That happens at quality assurance and at full bench, but not at dashboard.
I disagree. It's the same approach from quality assurance. It's the same approach at full bench, and it's the same approach at dashboard. In fact, the discussion is there. You can't just get there and you are asked, where's the report? Of course, those questions, they are asked, but there is a discussion.
Now, don't misunderstand me, Mr. Lamula, when you go there and you say there's a discussion.
Yes,
There's a discussion about the state of your report,
correct.
right? There's no discussion about the substance of your report. In other words, what occurs at quality assurance and at full bench, where they go through your report in detail and they make comments on it and they criticize it and they have input from everybody around the table, is not what occurs at dashboard.
No, that is not my experience.
So if I wanted to raise this with you in the evidence, because, and I'm give you an opportunity to comment, Mr. Mashlangu,
Yeah.
right? I asked him the question about which meetings in the organization did he attend? And his answer was, there were 3 of them. It was an exco where it would be the public protector and the deputy public protector and myself. Then there would be another level, including executive management teams that will involve the heads of investigation, legal and chief financial officer, and a separate one that was mainly about case management, which is called the dashboard. The dashboard meetings about case management relate to the various investigations, correct? And Mr. Mashlangu then says to me, dashboard is basically where they give stock of where they are. They do basically not discuss the content of the investigations, but the resources that they will need for them to finalize their cases, so that administratively we can ensure that the necessary tools of the trade are there for him. You comment on that?
It's not my experience at dashboard. The dashboard discusses the content of the matter that we are handling. Of course, determining what are the challenges that we are experiencing. It was not just a tick in the box. The content was discussed. I'm talking on my experience on what I have experienced at the dashboard. My reports were discussed and the content was discussed, and I was given direction. I was given even support from the dashboard.
Mr. Lamula, we're talking past each other. I'm not disputing that the challenges you are experiencing in delivering the report is dealt with at dashboard. Don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you. That if you come there and you say, I can't get X, or this is a difficulty, or we may need a subpoena, or I haven't had a response from this department for 6 months.
Yeah.
That is what is dealt with at the dashboard level. What I'm debating with you is there is no debate. Well, actually, you got the law wrong in your report on page 46 XYZ. They do not discuss the actual substance or the merits of the report at dashboard level. They try and clear up the obstacles for the purposes of the delivery of the report.
Yeah, maybe if I can put it in this way, we'll understand it. Maybe it will be on a case by case situation where in certain instances, what you are saying it is happening. In certain instances, what I'm saying is happened.
And so give me off the top of your head, in the period that you were the senior investigator, how many dashboard meetings did you attend?
I won't speculate. I did attend lots of them.
Okay. And you were there, and you maintain that in these meetings, the substance of the reports were discussed.
The substance of my report were discussed in certain dashboards. Of course, as you are saying, I was given direction.
And so Ms. Moghaladi's evidence was, dashboard meeting is a meeting of the public protector with all the executive managers. Initially, we would report on the cases that fell outside the defined turnaround times. So we have 3 different turnaround times for finalizing investigations. And then she describes those turnaround times.
Yeah.
And then she would go on to the Executive Managers Act. Initially, dashboards was quarterly, and then it was changed to monthly. We would then report on the cases and the progress of these cases.
Yeah.
Would you agree on that? And then Advocate Mayosi put to her in paragraph 109 of your affidavit, you describe again what the dashboards meetings were about. And we've heard from various witnesses before about the dashboard meetings and what they were about. You say that executive managers would present the performance and present what strides would be made to deal with the backlog, and they give an overall picture of the unit's performance and so on. And that was what Ms. Moghaladi said after she came back from suspension. That was the case before she went on suspension. And then the dashboard meetings was extended for a reporting to expand to all current matters. You agree with that?
Yes, I'll agree to that, because initially, as I've said, we were not part of the dashboard. Maybe the issue of saying it was only the high level reporting is prevalent to those period. But when I started reporting to dashboard, I can assure you that I have to go through the case. Like I said, it could be a case by case where the public protector may have an interest and say, take me through this matter. And there could be instances where it's heads up high level presentation.
Right. And the purpose of these dashboard meetings, Advocate Mpofu put to Ms. Moghaladi in cross-examination, was to manage the backlog and to make sure that deadlines were met. Do you agree with that? That was the actual purpose of the meetings.
It's a hybrid purpose where it's meant to manage the backlogs. It was also meant to ensure that there is no backlog recurring. It was also meant to keep the public protector, the DPP and senior managers informed of the progress of matters. So it was not meant for one purpose.
And Ms. Motsetsi said, I was not part of investigations, but I would have to sit 2 or 3 days listening to the product and wait to be delivered. Let me just. The longer ones were where we then had to prepare memos. And this is the part that you come, where Ms. Motsetsi says, the convention then came to be that when you were late on your cases, you then had to provide a memo to explain some part of your case would then be considered in anticipation for the meeting. Can you comment on that?
Yes, for those who have prepared memos, that was the approach. For those who have not prepared memos, then we can't say they did that. I've already indicated that I did prepare memos when my matters were falling behind to conscientize the executive authority that I may not meet this deadline.
I'm going to come to what you presented in a moment. You see, Mr. Lamula, the overwhelming evidence put before this committee by both in direct and in cross-examinations was a distinction between how dashboards operated and how full bench and quality assurance operated, which differs what you said in your affidavit in doing that. And I thought, let me clear that up with you in understanding it. And I also understand that the dashboard was an innovation of the public protector during her period. I think it could even be before you came there. When you arrived at the public protector's office, were they still doing think tank meetings?
No, I just heard that there was a think tank meeting, but it was sort of not operational when I started working there.
Okay, right. You never went to a think tank meeting?
No.
Okay, so what the EMs who came to testify here disagree with you on is that at the dashboard meetings, right, that investigators' work would be thoroughly evaluated and assessed. That was not what was happening at dashboard meetings.
Come again?
That the investigators' reports were not thoroughly evaluated and assessed at dashboard meetings.
I have already indicated that maybe it's a case by case situation whereby the public protector will have an interest in the dashboard where you will present and your matter is thoroughly assessed. I'm talking from what happened to me. That is what has happened. There could be other instances where it's a heads up, high level presentation of where you are, what is the hurdles, the bottlenecks, and so on and so forth. So it was a hybrid sort of setup.
And in your view, the outcome and the desired outcome of a dashboard meeting was to obtain the quality, was to see to the quality of the report.
The quality of the work.
The quality of the work.
Yeah.
So in your assessment, what the purpose of dashboard meetings was for purposes of dealing with the quality of the work.
The whole spectrum of investigation, the quality of the work, the quality of how we conduct ourselves as investigators, and how we plan our work, and more to be given direction and given some coaching on how you go about handling a particular matter.
Okay, so give me an example of one of the reports that you had so presented to the dashboard meeting, of one of your reports that you went through the evaluation and assessment of that report at the dashboard meeting.
I had a matter for relating to the city of Tshwane that I was relating to an irregular appointment. I also handled the matter relating to the departure by the current Speaker of Parliament to Zimbabwe by aircraft. And then there was also a matter that I handled. I'm talking about matters that I'm pretty sure that I discussed them at dashboard relating to TUT issues. So those matters, I presented them at the dashboard, and I got directions from the PP and the management there.
Are you sure you're not confusing that with full bench?
No, I know what full bench means. I know what dashboard means, and I know what quality assurance means.
And did you present those very same reports to full bench?
Correct.
So I want to take you to Ms. Baloy's evidence in this regard. If we pull up her affidavit onto paragraph 10 to 16.
Is Tsepo with us? Okay,
Sorry, I'll find it for you in a sec. Sipho. It's doesn't need my help anymore. Paragraph 10. Ms. Baloy was there from February 2019 to October 2019, right? So maybe Ms. Baloy is not a good example because you were not at dashboard meetings in
No.
2019. Let's go to Ms. Moghaladi's affidavit at paragraph 107. Sorry, Chair. I don't want to mislead the witness by doing that. Hundred and seven. Ms. Moghaladi starts to explain what I've indicated to you earlier on, and I'm going to pick it up. Pick it up at paragraph 109 of the affidavit. Go down, Sheppel. She says at 108 turnaround times, and that's the service level turnaround times, mean that the investigation of a particular matter must be completed within a set period calculated from the date of the receipt of the complaint by the Office of the Public Protector, and backlog matters are therefore matters in which those turnaround times have been exceeded and the investigations have not been completed within those turnaround times. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. So let me just understand, I'm digress for a minute. When you get allocated a backlog matter, then those service times are already gone. Would that be correct? Because it's a backlog matter.
You don't get allocated a backlog matter.
Sorry?
You don't get allocated a backlog matter. With my experience, the matters that I got were within time. They just edged within my hands. Of course, there will be, when someone resigns, there will be reallocations of those matters. So maybe that's where you will say you are getting allocated a backlog matter. But in actual fact, you are allocated a matter. In my experience, it will edge in my possession, and there will be instances where someone has resigned or has taken a position somewhere, then there will be reallocations of those matters. That's why maybe you are referring to say when you are allocated a backlog matter.
That's what I mean. You
Okay.
allocated a matter, a GGI matter that's past 2 years is given to you because somebody had resigned or somebody had passed or somebody had left.
Yeah.
Now you're sitting with this matter and it's more than 2 years old.
Yes.
What guidelines do you use for applying that matter?
You will have to look into the investigation plan of the previous investigator. What is it that they've done? What steps are still outstanding? And you will have to follow their investigation diary to see whether you can, when you apply or you request an amended investigation diary, what is that you are going to be doing in that particular instance, and what are the issues that were left out? So you can't just go there and say this matter is old. I need more time. You have to present your plan on that particular matter based on the date in which you have received it as a continuous to the previous investigation plan.
And if that matter is already so old, can you take it and you put it to the bottom of your pile and you say, I've got 25 other matters to deal with. I'll come to that in 6 months' time.
No, you can't do that.
Would that not be right?
No.
Okay. And you would have to account for that matter
Yes.
going.
Every month we submit monthly statistics reflecting what is it that we have been doing with our individual matters. So you put it under the file, the box, it will be known that this file is not moving. There is also file inspection that was conducted by seniors. So they will be aware that there is no progress on this file or the progress is very slow.
Okay, so let's get back to the screen. And then she explains in paragraph 109, if you go down, it's the EM that presents and they will make strides to deal with the backlog. The EMs would give an overall picture of the unit's performance as well as report on how cases were received by each of the provinces under their supervision, how many cases were closed, how many cases have exceeded the turnaround time, and set specific milestones and timeframes for dealing with backlog matters. Do you take issue with that?
Yeah, I will say there were instances where EMs were presenting the dashboard, taking stock of the work of their respective branches before we were roped in as investigators, where we have to come and account for our own matters. Right.
And then she goes down and she says, when I came back from suspension, which was sometime in 2021, am I right? I noted during these meetings, the focus was only in the answers to the following two questions. What product is expected? By product, the PP meant what outcome, for example, an allegation letter or discretionary note or section 7I notice, and by when? Do you take issue with that?
Yeah, I do take issue because it was not what was, how can I put it? It was not what it is, because these questions were based on the investigation plan of that particular file. And at certain instances, like I said, you could be going there to present a report that you have already finalized, a report that the public protector have got an interest in. So these questions won't be asked. You will be deliberating on that report. So the questions are talking to what is in the investigation plan by that particular time when you are going to dashboard. If, say, by the end of today is the 1st, in your investigation plan, you indicated that by the 30th of November, I should have issued an allegations letter. That would be relevant to say, what is the product today? No, an allegations letter has already been issued, and this is what I'm expecting from the institution, and I'm expecting a response on this particular day.
Right, so let's go down. An EM will then respond to the PP and say by way of illustration that the product is an allegations letter, that this product will be issued within 30 days. The answer of the EM is typically informed by the information available to the EM, including amongst others, the stage at which an investigation is, its complexity, the resources available to conduct that investigation, and constraints presented in the investigation.
Yeah, it's correct, because this is what was happening before we were roped in. Like I said, there were instances where EMs were involved in the dashboard, and as branches we were doing our own dashboard, feed into the dashboard of the public protector.
Now, we're not talking about your own dashboard. Let's distinguish this. We're only talking about the PP dashboard meeting.
Yes.
I understand your evidence, and I think they concurred in it that every unit had their own dashboard meeting. They would feed that information to the EM, and the EM would take that to the PP meeting. You see, Mr. Lamula, I'm having difficulty understanding how every investigator could report on all their reports at dashboard meetings.
I'm talking about myself.
You're talking about yourself.
Yeah.
But you attended those dashboard meetings.
Yes.
And so if you say that investigators went to dashboard meetings, you were not the only investigator. There would have been other investigators doing reports.
I have indicated that it was a hybrid process where there could have been those heads up where people will report at high level, and there will be those like me who have reported directly on the content of the investigation. I think I've responded to that.
So not everybody, in your view, you reported on the content, but
Yes.
you're accepting that not everybody reported on the content.
Correct.
And then if you go down, she says, was there a distinction between cases that the PP took a specific interest in and cases that she didn't take an interest in? Because you said earlier on, it depends on whether the PP took an interest in a case.
Yeah, when we get involved in the dashboard, there were cases that like your EMIAs, like special attention matters, those that the cases that public protector will want to know what is the status constantly. There are those that are your normal matters where we have to give what is the current status, where are we going, a general overview. But once the matter is about to reach a backlog stage, say it's a 12 months matter, now you're at 10th month, you have not produced, you are not at a stage that you can indicate that I can close this matter, I'm issuing a report, then that matter will be treated as a special attention matter because it's about to reach its turnaround time.
Okay. And when you, have you done an EMIA matter?
Yeah,
Which one was that?
I'm doing an EMIA matter now.
No, not now. When you were, let's
Oh,
talk
no.
about when you were at head office.
No,
Now, as PR, you at a different level. So when you were at head office, were you doing any EMIA matters?
no, I just assisted in an EMIA matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you answering on any SAM matters, special attention matters?
Come again?
Any special attention matters?
Yes, the matter relating to Ms. Mapisangakula to Zimbabwe was a same matter.
Okay. Now, Ms. Mogaladi says the PP demonstrated no interest in these factors, all of which was relevant. She was of the mind that 30 days is too long for the product. The PE will typically impose her own deadline. She will say again by way of illustration that she wants the product within 15 days. If you seek to explain to her that it cannot be done in this time frame, and for these reasons, the people will refuse to hear or listen to your explanation and rigidly insist on the product being produced on the date that she had set, no matter how unreasonable the circumstances. Do you disagree with that?
Yes,
And do you wish to comment on that?
yes. I have already demonstrated that some of the deadlines are statutory imposed. You can't change them. I have also demonstrated that the deadlines are coming from our own investigation plans. I have also indicated that deadlines were often, she was strict in terms of deadline, but she was amenable to an extension if you request such an extension. So I disagree that she was unreasonable because most of the deadlines in terms of the investigation plan are by the investigators. If there is a good cause shown to say we can't achieve this one based on whatever circumstances, she's amenable to listen to that.
Okay, and give me examples of what's that good cause.
A root cause could be an issue where an investigator went to a study leave for a long period, or the investigator was sick, or the investigator had some personal issues, or a genuine upfront to say, I did not do this, maybe I'm overwhelmed, or there are different circumstances per an investigator.
And if you say to her, I'm just not getting to it, I can't do it, I haven't managed my time.
Then you need to indicate to the public protector what needs to be done because you are unable to manage your time. You can't give a problem without a suggestion. If you say, I can't manage my time, this is what I wish to be done to me so that I can manage my time, then it is you who have to bring that up front. But if you just say, I can't manage my time, who will manage your time? You have to bring it up and say, these are the obstacles that are making me not manage my time. And by the way, it's not only the public protector who will be looking into this thing. This thing comes from the supervisor. They should have picked it up to say, you are unable to manage your time. What interventions can be put in place?
Shape of flight, paragraph 182. Mr. Lamula, you've got some cases that are in backlog. Isn't that correct? You've got backlog cases.
Yes, I've got one backlog cases.
Well, I'm told if you flight number 182, that there were 3 backlog cases that on the last report was accredited to you. 182, right? The stick that I ended up to you in bundle F. Right. Yeah. So the first case, you may have since reported on it. I don't know what was the last report on this, but in the first case, let's just go to the left of the screen. Well, you would know them, Mr. Lamula. The one would be the SASA investigation, CB SASA, the one by Mr. Pyman and the Niembi TUT matter. Now,
Yeah.
if we go, just hold on a minute, Mr. Lamula, let me just put that out. Go, Seppo, go to further columns, HIJ, I think. I want to get to JKL, right? J is your reasons for the delay.
Yeah.
Improve on time management and work prioritization for 2, and the last one is awaiting for response. But on those cases, it took 45 minutes, 45 months, 37 months, and 28 months.
Yeah.
Those are all out of time. Would you agree?
Yes, they are all out of time. What you are missing is that when were these cases allocated to me?
Now go back. Let's go back to B. Right. It says there was an allocation received by the investigator 4th of July 2018,
Yes.
31st of July 2019,
Yes.
and 5 of October 2019.
Yes. And all these matters are GGI complex.
Oh, it says GGI investigation.
Yes, it's GGI investigation. I'm saying these are on the file, it's GGI complex.
Right.
So GGI complex is 36 months. And
No, Mr. Lamula, GGI complex is not 6 months, it's longer.
36.
36 months, yeah, sorry.
36 months, 36 months. Yes.
Right. So why would they be on a backlog list?
Yeah, they're on a backlog because I did not finalize them within the prescribed time frame.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you provide a memo on each of them as to why they're not?
I provided a memo. Yeah.
And to who did you give that memo, Mr. Lamula?
To because I reported to various managers. I think it was Johan Rupenheimer.
Sorry?
Advocate Johan Rupenheimer.
Yes.
Yes, to say the SASA matter and the TUT matter, they were complex. We even, if I can, you can allow me with the TUT matter, the Nyambi. We even have to seek a legal opinion on this matter. So it was not like I'm just unable to finalize it. Then the Nyambi, the Msibi matter was also one of those matters where I wanted to close it because the SIU was investigating. So at the time when I wanted to close it, there were some delays because we were reporting to the late Nyembe. So there was delays to finalize that. Then it was sent back for me to re-look into the matters and I have to rework on it again. So I agree that they were out of turnaround time.
Mr. Lamula, I don't want you to misunderstand me.
Yeah.
Matters are complex and they require time for you to investigate so that you
Yes.
can do a proper job.
Yes.
And if they take longer than 3 years so that you can do a proper job, they're going to have to take longer than 3 years.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Right. And the assessment of how long it takes and what happens with guidance, the best person to know that would be the investigator who's dealing with the file.
Correct.
Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Right. So I want to take you to a memo along the lines that you referred to. It's at page 3989 on Ms. Mokhaladi's affidavit.
Yeah.
It's a memorandum which was submitted to the PP by Mr. Madiba, the late Mr. Madiba, and Mr. Lamula. I share your sentiments that Mr. Madiba. I just want to get the first page. 3919. 3919 of the affidavit. I don't mean any disrespect to the late Mr. Madiba in doing this.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that I share your sentiments. So we're on the same page in how we discuss this in that manner.
Yeah.
And what Mr. Madiba did, he was the chief investigator in November 2018. He prepared a memorandum on matters that were not finalized with explanations as to why they were not finalized, and he provided it to the public protector.
Mm.
And in this full explanation along the lines that you've explained. Now, your explanation would go to Johan Raubenheimer, correct? Or whoever you were answering to.
Yeah,
And the EMs would go to the public protector
yes,
or the CRO, whoever's there.
correct.
Now, I want to take you, this is a memorandum providing a report on why certain matters were not transmitted to her as expected. He hadn't delivered, that's the bottom line, by the date on which he had undertaken to deliver.
Mm.
And I want to go to the last page of the memorandum to take you to the comments. And the last page is on page 3989. Oh, wait. 322. With her comments on it. Right. 3923. Right? He writes this memorandum, and we've already put the substance of this before the committee. That's why I'm giving you a shortcut. It is recommended that the public protector consider and approve granting me, Abongile Madiba, an extension until Friday, 9th November, to submit finalized section 79 notice for the SFB and Mbalula investigations and issue directives that whilst concentrating on those two notices, I must not be diverted to do other tasks. Any further and or alternative approach that the public protector may deem appropriate. And he writes this memorandum on the 2nd of November. And he asks for a week's extension to do that. And can you read the response that the handwritten? You're probably better able to read the PP's handwriting than what I am. Can you just read that?
We are on the same page. I can't. I never been able to read her how she writes.
Right, let me try, and I'm sure Advocate Mpofu is better at this.
So you used to struggle to read her writing when she wrote by
Yeah.
hand.
Advocate Mpofu, help me out here. Wait,
Yeah, on the handwritten part. Yeah, it's a Madiba, your explanation is not accepted. I feel undermined by just indicating that if not satisfied, must reallocate. That means there must be consequences against you. Some of same to those I took the FSB matter from. Yes, ACOO, that somebody else. Can I have the investigation section 79 of Mbalula to sign, to not agree with revised version by Madiba today, Annexure C, Madiba to be issued with a verbal warning, and Ms. Sigele for not meeting the target set to submit the two sections 7/9. Yeah. Can I have the reworked section 7/9 of FSB by the end of business tomorrow, 7/11/2018?
forget about the substance or the reasons. All I want to demonstrate to you, Mr. Lamula, it's not just as simple as saying, put an explanation in the memo, submit it, and everything will be fine. Would you agree that that's not always the case?
Yes, I've already demonstrated that on a case by case, she may approve, she may decline. I've demonstrated even in my evidence in chief that at times she'll refuse, because in my affidavit, I said she's very rigid on deadlines.
The EMs also told us, and even Mr. Samuel, who was the PR, who said often there would be Audi letters issued to us as the managers, or we would have to provide explanations for those who worked below us, our investigators. And because we were concerned about the morale in the organization, we didn't filter that down. We offered an explanation. So if Mr. Lamula was in my unit and he had, and I was told issue an Audi because that was late, I didn't necessarily issue the Audi against Mr. Lamula. I provided the explanation. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No, I don't have reason to dispute that. That is their call.
Yeah.
Chairperson?
Yes, Edwin.
Sorry. Yes, I was, if I may be excused, I was tempted to walk out because of, I've been made to read But I think it's better if I ask to be excused, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Shabalala will be here to
Thank you.
complete. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pofa, use your expertise. I can be collegial despite that. Mr. Lamula, can I ask you to, because this committee can receive evidence in writing and orally, and I want to ask you this before Advocate Mpofu leaves.
Yeah.
I would like you to say to this, to provide this committee with 2 or 3 of the dates on which you attended a dashboard meeting at which you had received what you had indicated in your report. You don't need to give us anything other than the dates. Would you be able to provide that to us in due course?
I'm not sure whether I'll get the dates because that is it's managed by the private secretary of the public protector.
All right. So if we get you the dates of the dashboard meetings, would you be able to, which would show you which reports, would you be able to say which ones you presented at?
Yeah, if there is an agenda in
If
which,
there's an agenda with,
yeah, if there is an agenda in which my report is there, I can
and
edit.
presumably it would be better to take a 2021 agenda because we were more in COVID lockdown in 2020 and 2019, you weren't there.
Yeah.
If we got the list of agendas and meeting dates of 2021, you'd be able to
I can
demonstrate.
indicate to say on this particular meeting, this is the matter that I presented.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, yes, well, for what is worth, yes, I think we can do that. Because it would mean we would start by identifying the matters where he gave detail and then check in which dashboard meeting it was. And I think between the witness and the public protector would be able to produce those examples, a couple of them.
I'm not disputing what the witness is saying, but I don't want this to become an issue with the public protector later. So let's clear it up in the back room as such.
Yeah, no, we'll certainly provide those examples and we can undertake that when the public protector testifies, we can revisit it. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now release you.
And as I understand your sense was that dashboard meetings was a learning terrain at which you learned from your colleagues that presented their reports and the criticisms given and where you gave your reports.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And would you in that process also contribute towards your colleagues' reports?
Correct.
And are you given those reports before dashboard meetings?
Yeah, the reports are circulated to the senior managers. Sometimes when the agenda is presented, we can see the list of reports that are going to be presented. They are attached there. You can even read it on your own if you want to.
I'm aware that the EMs get the reports.
Yeah.
But do you, as the investigator that goes to the meeting, do you have an opportunity to consider your colleague's report before you go to a dashboard meeting?
Yeah,
To make substantive input?
Yes, there are those reports that you may be working, you may be aware of, then you make those inputs. There are those that you will see them for the first time. With me, I happen to have seen some of them before they were discussed because it's not like we're working in silos. We're working, exchanging that information.
We're talking past each other, Mr. Lamula. What I'm trying to ascertain from you, prior to a dashboard meeting,
Yeah.
so they go to Mr. Lamula and they go to Mr. X and Mrs. Y and Mr. Z and they say, here's the agenda of the dashboard meeting. Mr. Lamula, Mr. X and Mr. Y is presenting. Here are all the reports so that you are prepared for purposes of providing input onto these reports at the dashboard meeting.
No, what happens when the reports are sent to the PP for that particular dashboard, they are sent individually, but before the dashboard, the agenda is sent to all of us who will be in that meeting, and you can see the reports as they are attached.
So the reports are all attached to the agenda.
Yes,
Okay, so it's like a meeting pack with everything in.
yes.
And how long, and you generally get the agenda a week or two before the meeting?
It will depend, but the standards sometimes from the public protector's office will be 7 days before, sometimes 5 days, depending on the availability. Sometimes could be like 4 days, depending on the number of reports that will be discussed there.
Mr. Sitoli said that on occasions he got such short notice, he wasn't able to go through all the reports.
Yeah, is correct. You may not be able to go through all the reports. Yeah, it's a matter of preferences.
But let me not misrepresent you. Mr. Sitoli said that in respect of not dashboards, quality assurance, because I don't think he attends dashboards. Does he attend dashboards? No,
No, he attended quality assurance and the full bench.
right.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get involved in dashboard meetings, deadlines, etc. So don't worry about it, Mr. Lamula. It's not. Right. Now let's talk about deadlines for a moment. You indicated that investigator doesn't have a choice as to when they want to investigate a report.
Come again?
Investigator doesn't have a choice as to when they want to start investigating a report. You can't decide, it's January now, Mr. Yankee got a complaint that's been given to me, I'm going to commence with that in April.
No, there are service standards. The moment you receive a file, they kick in.
Okay.
So you don't decide as to when I start. The moment your file is allocated to you, the service standards, time period and the service standards, they automatically kick in.
Mr. Lamula, do you remember the sandbox matter that you were dealing with?
Yes,
Go to number 188. Right. By the time the matter had come to you, it had been a matter that had been lodged in 2013 already, and the
Correct.
file had only gotten to you in 2018.
correct,
Correct? So by then it was a matter that was long overdue,
correct.
right? And by the time that matter had come to you, it had been somewhere around March of 2018,
Correct,
right? And you had then made contact with the complainants in the matter.
correct.
And I'm waiting for Seppo to flight it. Just go right down to the bottom of the document. Go down to the bottom. Try not to show the emails because we haven't redacted it. Yeah, sorry. We're trying not to, it's a Word document. You can actually just delete it. And you're going down to the bottom, eh? Yes, it's the first communication you have with them is you inform them that you are now reallocated the matter for further handling. And it would be appreciated if you can contact me for the purposes of discussing your complaint, considering that the events that necessitated the lodging of a complaint may have changed. And understandably, you asked in that question because it was 5 years later. Am I correct?
It's based on the nature of the complaint that was lodged and the period that has lapsed before the matter could have been sorted out.
And you say a determination needs to be made that could alter the course of the investigation, including possible closures of the complaint.
Correct.
Okay. It would be appreciated if you would respond by 4 April. You then get a response from the complainant who acknowledges receipt, just shoot up, who provides you, okay, who provides, you're going to see it now, but just for time, I'm going to read it to you. The circumstances for lodging the complaint has not changed. I see no reason whatsoever for the closure of the complaint. I sincerely hope that this is not an attempt by your office to find a reason to close the matter, as we had many promises that have been made, and we can expect feedback in April. Do you recall that?
Yeah,
Right.
so it's on record.
Right. And then you acknowledge receipt of this on the same day, and you tell them that you've now been allocated and that you're attending to the matter. You also explain to them that closing an investigation of a complaint is based on available facts, substantive evidence, and law.
Correct.
I'm actually in agreement with you. Anytime you investigate the matter, it must be based on available facts, substantive evidence, and the law. I think you've summarized it up properly. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Right. Go up. He then sends you an email to confirm that he will not be within contact range by either email or a given telephone number until 24 April. I'm also confirming that as at that moment, there had been none of the contact that you had mentioned in your email here below dated 28th March. I will be contacting you soon after my return with the hope that you'll be able to inform me what progress has been made with the complaint that had been submitted 5 years previously. We then go up. And you respond on the 3rd of May.
Yeah.
Go up, Seppo, up. Oh, no, wait. That the first email was dated on the 11th of April. He sends an update on the 30th of April to make further inquiries. You then respond on the 3rd of May. Go up. And you tell him that there's no progress report is available. The investigation is in progress, and as soon as it has been finalized, the report will be made available to yourself. I'm aware that your complaint was lodged in 2013 and has been handled by different investigators since then. I'm currently handling the complaint, which has been reallocated to me in March, stated in my previous correspondence, correct?
Correct.
Right, go up. You then, there's two people that's actually communicating with you, and you then suggest to them that for purposes of the complaint, it must only be one person.
Correct.
Right. And then there's an explanation for that is rendered on the same day, which we won't go through. Go up, Seppo. And you tell him, go back up, the 3rd of May at 4:06. You respond and you say, I have responded. Go up, 4:06. I've responded to your inquiry relating to the progress on the investigation of the Icona complaint accordingly and properly. You see that, Mr. Lamula?
Correct.
There's then a further inquiry by them in July. Where they ask you that I've been informed what progress has been made with the investigation of our complaint against Sandpark. I have noted the fashion style in which correspondence from your office has been in the past. And that's obviously people who preceded you, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
I'm of opinion that my request for a substantive progress report would be reasonable. The impression given by you is the PP is doing us a favor. We do not regard this as a favor, but as a service by a paid by taxpayers' money institution. We then go up and you respond. And you say to him, the investigation of your complaint is in progress. I will be drafting provisional report beginning of August 2018. As soon as the draft report is finalized for approval by the PP, it will be made available. I will commit on when will the provisional report be finalized and Sandbox will be required to respond. There will be a provisional report and a Section 9 notice. Go down. You have a right to exercise any other available options that you feel may bring closure to the investigation of the complaint. I also have no record of you requesting a meeting with myself. All I remember is you requesting to know my position and rank, implying that you doubt my expertise and knowledge to investigate your complaint.
Correct.
Right? Go up. You then get a response that says, they then refer to you where you provide the contact details. And they then ask you about whether they will get a copy of the report in July. Go up for scrutiny before final findings are made. You then say to them, My humble request that if it's possible, may you allow the public protector to do its work without fear or favor or suggesting what must be done with the report of the public protector, as the Public Protector Act is clear on what should be followed in conducting an investigation and who could be the recipients of the report of an investigation that was conducted.
Correct.
Go up. They then ask you for feedback in September. Again, on the September 17th, go back up. You then indicated that you've requested additional information and documentation from Sandbox and you await the response. You will forward the issues that you considered for their confirmation.
Yeah.
That's in September, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Go back up. They ask you if you've set a deadline for the response, and then go up. You then say to them on the 18th September, I've provided you with the necessary progress on the complaint. Hope you will respect the process of this investigation without leading me on what must be done in conducting the investigation. Asking me if I've set deadlines for the information and when the information requested is in my version amounts to you supervised vision of my work. Of course, when requesting information or documentation, due dates are set and follow-ups and reminders are issued to institutions. I've previously indicated that I will start working on the complaint in September, and that's what I'm doing currently. And you should be aware that it's not only your complaint that should be attended to or that is older. I'm currently handling 5 of such matters on tour against Sandbox. There's a task team established to oversee the investigation of complaints that are older than 2 years, and I'm accountable to that task team. That is the task team dealing with the backlog.
No, that is the task team that was formed by the previous EM Advocate Stoffel that to track progress on matters that are old and matters that are going to be old.
Right.
So
And
it was a weekly task team that was assisting us in that regard.
right. And there was a task register that went with that task team
Yeah, there was a task register for that team.
on dealing with that. That preceded the next backlog project. And then the next thing is they ask you to please indicate when you advise that you would start working on the complaint in September. You may interpret my prompting to you in any way you prefer. You may also regard my anxiety as interfering supervision. I'm convinced that any reasonable person judging this will realize that 5 years is a long time. You previously indicated that updates would be made available regularly. None have been forthcoming. Unfortunately, nothing of substance has been made available. Only vague and impolite emails have been forwarded to me. I may also add that the gist of your correspondence does not indicate much, if any, appreciating regarding the follow-ups. Go up. Thank you for your appreciation was your response to that email. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they then come back and they say, please read the communication below, and they ask you for a response on 4 questions. When did you advise that you would start working on the complaint in September? Giving regular updates that nothing of substance had been made available, and that the gist of your correspondence, and they ask you for a response. Go up. What ultimately happened with this complaint, Mr. Lamula?
It was closed.
Was it closed?
Yes.
So the complaint, did you ever meet with the complainants?
No.
And did they appeal this closing report?
No.
And how long after this was it closed?
Come again?
How long after this was it closed?
I can't remember when it was closed, but it was closed.
It was closed.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you provide memoranda explaining on deadlines, or did your deadline start from when you got the report in March of 2018?
When I got the file, I have to draft a new
Investigation plan.
investigation plan based on the previous one. But in this matter, there was no investigation plan.
There was no.
Yeah.
No.
So there were 2 matters that were combined into one, relating to Sunny Parks as per the email correspondence. The other one had investigation plan. The other one had no investigation plan. So I have to combine them into one file so that I can have an investigation plan relating to the 2 of them.
And based on your investigation plan, you had contemplated that you would do this report in September.
Yeah,
Maybe at that point, we'll take a 10-minute break for tea. Then we'll come back and conclude.
Recording stopped.
Your call?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Over to you, Advocate Bauer.
Mr. Lamula, I want to pick it up from deadlines, which is on page paragraph 15 of your affidavit. I don't think there's a dispute between us that the witnesses who came to give evidence did not say that there should be no deadlines. The issue in question was the achievability of deadlines imposed or the reasonableness of deadlines imposed in respect of matters when it came to what it was set at, apart from what we accept to be the service level. Let's call them the service level deadlines that's contained in the policies. I think the deadlines that was the reasonableness of saying a section 7(9) is due on that day or draft is due on that day. It was the question of how reasonable those deadlines were. That was an issue that was the debate before this committee. And there was also an understanding that yes, investigators did make their own deadlines. And where I think you differ from them is that they say, well, if we didn't make a deadline and we were asked to revise our deadline, that wasn't necessarily accepted. But if, for example, and I'm giving you an example, I say I need 30 days, the PP may very well respond and say you only get 15 days. What is your comment on that?
I have already submitted that deadlines were a bottom-up approach. Of course, there will be instances when the public protector will set those deadlines when you have not met your own deadlines. And I don't agree that deadlines were imposed. Deadlines were suggested where you are informed that you can bring this matter on this particular date. And if you agree, then you agree. If you feel you are uncomfortable with that date, you can propose a new date. So there were no imposition of deadlines. I'm talking particularly to myself. And I never experienced a situation whereby deadlines were imposed on me. They were suggested, then I will accept or I will persuade to say, but not this is too close. At times you may set your own deadline that is very unrealistic because it's too close, then it will be extended to say, no, you cannot achieve this thing within this period. We'll give you extra more days for you to achieve.
And were you sitting in meetings where people proposed deadlines and the PP said to them, that's too long and gave them alternative dates?
For my experience, yes. Not for other people. For my experience, yes. When I suggested certain days, sometimes we'll say, no, but this is too long. You have already done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You should do it in this particular date. But those deadlines that are revised, they should be in line with your investigation plan. So if you are not adhering to an investigation plan, definitely there will be alterations.
Okay. Now, I want to show you a report that was done, and I'm going to take you to that report, which was attached to one of the EM's affidavits. The report, Seppo, if you can flight it. Yeah. Right. 4486. Let's take you to the start of the report. This was a report that was compiled in 2020 on engagements with PPSA investigators, provincial representatives, and executive managers. Go down. Right. It says the leadership of the institutions made a decision to embark on a consultative process with investigative staff. The purpose of the engagement was to gather information concerning which are reasons for non-finalization of matters within the prescribed timeframes, resulting in backlog projects to ensure finalization of the matter, shifting of deadlines resulting in non-achievement of targets, any other matters which may be hindering within operations in the office, and propose solutions thereof. The discussion was led by the DPP with the assistance of the CEO and the Chief of Staff. Were you aware of this consultation process, Mr.
No,
Lamula?
I'm not aware of.
Were you not consulted in the process?
It could have been come as through an email where we're requested to give inputs.
Okay, let me go down. It talks about the engagement The following meetings were held with senior investigators, and assistant investigators countrywide. The meetings with provincial and regional officers were held via Link. Link is a former virtual platform. Is that correct?
Correct.
Officials were requested to raise any hindrances that hamper their work performances to be efficient and effective and present proposed solutions. And then they say they consulted with head office investigators on the 17th of February 2020. Can you recall if you were part of that consultation?
I don't remember.
You don't remember, right? And then at the Manco meeting, senior managers and managers from support formed part of the discussion and raised their concerns. Let me take you to page 4. So what is contained in the tables of this report is feedback of the challenges, the solutions, and the recommendations from the staff of the Office of the PP.
Correct.
Right? Countrywide. And,
Yeah.
and it's not just simply evidence that's before this committee by certain EMs. This was a consultative process countrywide. You still cannot recall being part of this consultative process.
Look, there were various meetings that were held relating to work-related issues. It could be one of those, but as a consultative meeting, I don't. It could have happened. I could have been there, but I don't have really recollection exactly on the date I said that.
So you don't necessarily dispute it, but you can't actually remember it precisely.
Yeah, I can't dispute that I was there or not because I can't remember whether I did.
I'm not sure. I don't think there's an attendance at the back of the report, but maybe we'll see. 4,500 Sepo. Right. So we see there it starts with some of the challenges raised where they talk about the deadlines, the turnaround times are very tight. And they say that the targets are set very theoretically, and yet the turnaround time depends on the content of each file. You would agree that the turnaround time would depend on how easy or how hard a investigation actually is.
No, the turnaround time is based on the nature of the investigation.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Sorry, you phrased it far more articulately than what I did. The nature of the investigation.
Yes.
Right.
And the classification of that investigation, whether it's an early resolution, it's a service delivery, it's a GGI normal, or it's a GGI complex.
Right. But they say targets should be revised depending on how cases develop. Would you agree with that?
I do agree.
There needs to be an understanding of what needs to be done before defining a target. Would you agree with that?
Come again?
There needs to be an understanding of what needs to be done before defining a target.
Yes.
Right. And then they make certain suggestions on the recommendations that must happen. And then the second one, they talk about deadlines, turnaround times are very tight. Then they say, judge will assess the performance of the investigators on the realities, the caseload, when the file was received, the complexity of the matter. Would you agree with that?
I do agree on that. Like I said, the turnaround times are based on the nature of and the classification of the matter. If we are saying now the 12 months for a service delivery is a tight deadline, then we need to revise our service standard maybe to give it more time. But currently that is what it is.
Is the service delivery times not different from the turnaround time set in meetings? Because the service delivery times is the final output.
Yes.
The turnaround times is the different processes you must deliver on. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Correct.
Right. So when you talk about you have to assess what you set as a target for the turnaround time must be based on the reality of what's before you at the moment, not necessarily your service delivery standards.
It could be correct, but like I'm saying, there are turnaround times that are not negotiable. Introducing yourself to the complainant that you have to do within a particular period, and logging issues with the complainant that you have to do within a particular period. Currently, in the approval of an investigation plan, currently it's within 15 days, an investigation plan has to be approved. So maybe it's in reference to those milestones. If they are tight, then they can be revised.
Yes, but Mr. Lamula, I thought I'd also demonstrated that one of those set deadlines is you must be able to give a complainant feedback every
6
30
weeks.
days or 6 weeks or something like that.
Yes.
If you're sitting with 60 files or 50 files, being able to give each complainant of those files that you're dealing with feedback after every 6 weeks, how real is that? How possible is that?
It is possible.
But are you able to do that, Mr. Lamula?
It's happening.
Because I pulled up one of your cases in which it was quite clear that you were not able to do that.
It's possible. Currently, in fact, before I was appointed as a provincial representative, I have changed the strategy on how I should be informing the complainants on the progress. There's a difference on what you should be telling the complainant on the provisional reports, so to say. But here we are talking about informing the complainant that your matter is still being processed, whether you are waiting for a response from the department or we are going to issue a subpoena. Currently, as I talk right now, from Western Cape, every day of our pay day is the report back day. So they do it on the 25th, we get our money, then they report back to the complainants to say, this is the stage in which your investigation are. I don't dispute that I could have missed those deadlines, but as you learn, you become a better person. So I'm saying, even if it is 100 files, if you stick to say every 30 day of the month, you have to inform complainants on the progress, you can still do that. The challenge is when you have got that number of files, now you have to count 6 weeks for each file, then that will be the challenge. That's why I revised that to say it will be difficult for an investigator who have got 20 files, 30 files to count 6 weeks for each file. So it will be like you are reporting every 1 week and the other. So I said, let's stick to one date. So that's what I'm saying. For me, practically it's doable when we have to report to the complainant on the progress of the investigation.
But that's not how the service standards stand. I think it's an innovative approach you're suggesting. Let's get back to the document that says decisions taken by or with PP at dashboard need to consider what is already on the plates of investigators. Do you agree with that?
Where are you reading?
The second bullet point on middle column. Look for the hand. Middle column.
Yeah, I do agree on that, because what is already in the plate of the investigator is what your caseload. But it doesn't take away the fact that every file that we have must have an investigation plan which have got days in which you have to deliver whatever that needs to be delivered.
Okay, so they then say managers give short notice on due dates, insufficient time to ensure quality of work due to high workload. You have a comment on that?
Yeah. In your email, in the emails, in the previous slides where you were highlighting my backlog matters, I have indicated that I have a deficiency in time prioritization. So this can be addressed by time prioritization. If you don't manage your time, definitely, even if 10 files, if you don't manage your files properly, 10 files can be a cumbersome process. So for me, it's not given short notice, because those notices are in the investigation plan, unless if it is something that the public protector requires you to do something urgently. But under normal circumstances, is what we have done ourselves.
Okay, go down to page 504, 501. Auditors are not always justified and cause fear or intimidation. Do you have a comment on that?
I have demonstrated on audit letters when Mr. Mpofu was leading evidence.
No.
I have no fear for an audit letter. I have indicated that I was issued with an audit letter and how I handled that audit letter.
So in your instance, you don't fear it and you don't intimidate it, but you can't dispute that some of your other colleagues do feel like that.
Yeah, I'm talking for myself.
You're talking for yourself.
Yeah.
Right, let's go to 4502. There's a lack of consultation. Investigators receive top-down instructions. Do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I have a comment on that. Like I said, with our investigation, it's bottom up. Of course, there will be top-down instructions on certain matters, like where the PP have got an interest. Then you will be given a go-ahead to do something because you are lagging behind. So it was not a daily bread, so to speak. It was on a case-by-case scenario.
And one above it as well. Okay, go down to page 4511. Again, one of the challenges raised is that the complexity of matters impact on turnaround, the lack of cooperation from some departments and most municipalities, and other individuals do not respond to a subpoena or send a junior representative. You would agree that those are some of the difficulties that affect the turnaround on your reports.
I don't agree with the first bullet. I dealt with a complex matter. The matter that we are referring to, the Esinyambi, was very complex. There were 7 files in that matter. So I have to separate those, the kind of allegations that were there. So you cannot treat the same matters the same way because there were 7 allegations. Some were about NESFA, some were about the chairperson of the council, some were about irregular appointment, some were about procurement. Those allegations, they need a different approach. So I separated them so that the other ones was dealt with within 12 months. The other one was dealt within 24 months. The last part, which was more complex, is the one that was dealt complex. But I don't agree to say complex matters, complexity of matters impact on turnaround times. We know that complex matters should be finalized within 36 months.
But you yourself haven't finalized complex matters within 36 months.
I accept that. I never disputed that.
And no, but the point, and I'm not taking issue with it, but the issue is if those were easier matters, then you would have been finalizing that long before the 36 months was up.
They were not easier matters.
Precisely.
Yes, they were not easier matters, and I don't take away the fact that complex matters they take long to be finalized. But it cannot be every matter that is complex takes time to be finalized. It will be on a case-by-case scenario. Some matters could be complex, then they are finalized within 24 months instead of 36 months.
Mr. Lamula, we might be picking on straws here. All that is being suggested in the document is that the complexity of the matters impact on the turnaround times.
I do agree with that.
Right. So I think we're not actually arguing. Then if you go to the next.
And the second bullets, there are systems in place to ensure you get your response. Lack of cooperation from departments or most municipalities, there is a subpoena system that you can put in place. So not all municipalities will refuse to cooperate. There will be those individuals, but there is a subpoena system that needs to be activated. So we cannot be painting the same issues the same. And we had an issue where the public protector was saying you must use this 3-strike rule where you issue an allegation, then you issue a reminder, then but it's one of those challenges that others were facing.
I don't think anybody's saying there isn't. That what they're doing there is they're just raising some of the challenges, and they are included in the recommendation column is that the 3-strike rule be applied for purposes of non-cooperation.
Yes.
I think all that is raising some of the difficulties that some of your colleagues have been obtaining. If we go to the next one, the lack of capacity, which results in not enough time to quality assure, not enough investigators and admin staff, delay in replacement and filling of vacancies. You may not be involved in that. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, lack of capacity that will compromise quality is an individual thing. I don't know whether it's lack of intellectual capacity or it's lack of human resource capacity, but hence I say it's an individual thing. And during my experience, when you have not done what is supposed to be done, you are sent back to redo it. But I can't take it away that there is capacity challenges.
There are capacity challenges. For example, if you have to quality assure 10 reports and you've got 2 days, you are going to have capacity challenges.
Yes, at least one of those reports that you have done should be quality.
Right. So if you go to page 4514. If we go to quality, right? It says that under pressure for quantity to meet deadlines and therefore compromise on quality. And quality of documents is generally poor. Unit heads and PRs to pay adequate attention to the quality of documents.
My own observation is that while my work, I cannot compromise quality because of guidelines or of pressure, because I'm just creating another backlog again.
So you disagree with your colleagues on this?
Yeah, it's not, you cannot compromise quality because you are working under pressure or you want to meet deadlines.
And this malicious compliance that you raised earlier on, can you explain that to the committee?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. You cannot compromise quality just because you want to meet a deadline. That's why there are structures that were put in place to ensure that there is quality of work.
And
if you
in your
don't meet
view, sorry, I don't want to talk around, just finish, Mr. Lamula.
And if you don't meet the standard that is required, your document is sent back to be redone.
And if you are chasing unreasonable deadlines out of fear or intimidation of receiving an Audi letter, you would be more prone to want to do malicious compliance. Would you comment on that proposition?
Not through my experience.
And are you aware that there was a concern raised by the Chief of Staff in 2020 already, where he pointed out to the investigators that there were instances of malicious compliance occurring where the product of low quality was being delivered in the context of deadlines?
I'm not aware of that. It could have happened, but I have no input in that.
Right. You then raised the issue of if we go to the question of the dents and the backlogs, paragraph 22. Yeah, sorry, Sheko. Right. When you say the public protector took over, she inherited a huge backlog. What was your understanding of the backlog that was inherited?
I don't have the figures. What I know is that even when I joined, there were already matters that were on backlog.
Right. Do you accept, Mr. Lamula, that the number of cases that the office gets in every year? So let me give you an example. If you get in 50,000 new cases in a year,
Yeah.
and you have a 5,000 backlog, you would have a harder time to get rid of the backlog than if you got in 10,000 cases for the year and you had a backlog of 5,000.
That is your view.
Well, is that not your view, Mr. Lamula? That if your workload of cases are less, then you would have an easier time getting rid of a backlog?
I have indicated that some of the backlogs could have been prevented as people stick to the deadlines. So if you don't stick to the deadline, you are creating another backlog. So if you've got 5,000 matters that are backlog, then you've got 50,000 that are new matters. You need to strike
Just
a
try
balance.
and get closer to the mic.
You need to strike a balance between the backlog and the matters that are new.
But your balance is easier to strike the less cases you have. Is that not so, Mr. Lamula?
But we don't control how many matters we receive.
No. We're not talking about you controlling it.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting, let's take an easy example. If this committee had to listen to 10 witnesses,
Yeah.
the job would be harder than if they had to listen to 5 witnesses. Would you agree? Or let's say the job would take longer.
No, not necessarily. Depending on what is being discussed.
Fair enough. Let me put it to you this way. If you're sitting with 20 GGI complex matters
Yes.
and you get in another 10 GGI complex matters,
Yes.
right? So now you're sitting with 30 GGI complex matters
Yes.
in one given year. And the next year you have 70 GGI complex matters.
Yes.
Which year would be easier and which year would be harder?
All those cases will be having different due dates in which they has to be finalized. So the first batch of 20 will be easier because you will be chasing, you will be easy to deal with because their due date will be nearer. The other one that is 70, supposing that you receive them in one day will be difficult. But if you don't receive them in one day as staggered, it won't be that difficult because each one of them will have its own due date. But if you receive them in one day, 20 matters, then it will be a challenge for you to accomplish because all of them, they due in the same period. But if they are received on different dates, then it should not be an issue to say, I can't achieve them, all of them, because they are born on different date and they mature on different dates.
I'm not talking necessarily about achieving service standards. I'm talking about clearing cases.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting to you that the more cases you have, let's assume you've got the same staff of 100 people.
Yeah.
If 100 people have to clear 50,000 cases,
Yes.
it is an easier job for that 100 people to clear 10,000 cases as opposed to 100,000 cases.
Yeah, it's correct.
That's the proposition I'm putting to you.
It's correct.
Right. And if that 100 people sits with 10,000 cases,
Yeah.
right? And they have each got a backlog of 5,000.
Yeah.
Then those sitting with 10,000 cases have an easier job than those sitting with 100,000 cases.
Correct.
That's the proposition.
Correct.
You agree with that?
Yes.
So if you come to paragraph 23 of your affidavit, right? Why do you say that Advocate Mkhubane had made unprecedented progress on the backlog?
It has already been demonstrated in my previous matter, which was in the public Office of the Public Protector in 2013, and nothing was done. So during that period, when I joined the Public Protector's Office, there were already matters that were a backlog, and with their intervention with this dashboard and full bench, the backlog was reduced, as well as the matters that were due to be in the backlog, they were prevented to become a backlog. So it was not only the backlog that was dealt with, even matters that need to be finalized before they become a backlog. Like I said, it was sort of a hybrid process whereby while you are focusing on the backlog, we also try to ensure that these other ones that are not a backlog are dealt with. So it's public knowledge, even in the annual reports, that the backlogs that we used to have been reduced.
No, I'm not disputing that the number of backlogs have reduced with you. Don't get me wrong. I'm asking you, why do you regard it to be unprecedented? Is it just a numbers game that you're looking at? That last year we had 5,000 backlog cases, and this year we have 1,000 backlog cases.
Yes, issues of numbers.
It's a numbers game.
Yeah.
Because it does seem that the workload of the Public Protector's Office in its entirety has been reducing as the years go on.
I don't have figures on that.
In paragraph 24, you indicate that you assume that the experience at Home Affairs placed her in a better position on how to manage a backlog. That's an assumption you make, right?
Correct.
And that's based on your experience on how she dealt with the passports and IDs in the year you worked with her,
Correct.
right? Would you agree that the nature of the matters at Home Affairs and the nature of the matters at the Public Protector's Office are entirely different? In the sense that when you're dealing with Home Affairs, you're dealing with processing of an ID or the processing of a passport, whereas at the PP's office, you're dealing with an investigation of a complaint.
Not really. When a person, for example, comes here as an asylum seeker and they apply for refugee status, the refugee status determination officer needs to do research, which is equivalent to an investigation, conduct a country of information and all stuff, even check from other systems whether this person has not applied for other permits. So I will equate that process maybe to the service delivery related investigation of the public protector. So it's not like it's process based. Well, the way process based issues, but when it comes to the actual issuance of documentation, there is a research that has to be done that the responsible RISDO has to do. It can take 4 weeks, can take 3 months, depending on the country of information that needs to be used for the RISDO to make a decision. So it's not entirely an issue of saying that they are different. Remember, investigation, research is a research. So I will equate that to your service delivery matters that we have to finalize within 12 months.
Yeah, okay, we are equating it to the service delivery category that the PP's office gets.
Yes, like
and that service delivery category in the PP's office has a much lower turnaround time.
Yeah, it's 12 months.
12 months.
Yeah.
And most of your backlog matters fall into your GGI category.
Yeah, even the service delivery matters, they are there that I have already exceeded 12 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily your service delivery matters that cause you your backlog. You might have the odd one.
It's a mix.
It's a mix, but the majority, the evidence was that the majority of the matters are the more complex GGI matters.
Correct.
And that's entirely different from the backlogs. If we look at the backlogs at the PP's office versus the backlogs at Home Affairs, they are of a different nature.
Correct.
The Home Affairs office is determined by the volume of applications that you get that cause the processing thereof to take longer. Did you agree with that?
The same way in public protectors determined by the nature of complaints that are received and the number of complaints that are received.
Yes. So with the public protector's office, it's both the nature and the number.
Yes.
For the Home Affairs office, it's predominantly the number.
Yes, the number and even the nature of people that are coming there. Like I said, depending on the country information of that particular person.
And that's why I had initially put to you that the number of new complaints that come into the PP's office is material to how you have capacity to deal with your backlog.
Correct.
Because if your number's less, then you have more capacity to deal with your backlog.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought you disagreed with me to do that. Right? You also, for the most part, at Home Affairs, you have set working hours unless you work overtime.
Yes.
Right? So
Correct.
most Home Affairs, you have, for lack of a better word, there is a civil service working hours that prevails.
Correct.
Right. Right. Then you wouldn't have knowledge if we've shown one example of it, where the executive managers or the CEO takes action against their subordinates. You wouldn't know whether that was an instruction from the PP or they did it out of their own.
Correct.
You then come to this issue of a disciplinary matter, and you made the statement, we have evidence that she never sits in disciplinary matters. What does that mean?
For the disciplinary measures that I know of, that happened that I have knowledge of. She was not in those disciplinary processes.
Right. There is, however, a mechanism whether you are unhappy about the grievance that you appeal that to the public protector.
Correct.
Correct? And that is the level at which she does get involved in the disciplinary matter.
Correct.
So there's no unlawfulness when she's the appeal authority in disciplinary matters.
When
She's the appeal authority.
yeah, when she sits in the initial disciplinary processes, then it's unlawful. But when she acts in her capacity as the appeals authority, then she's within the peripheries of law.
Right. Then I want to take you to the issue of in paragraph 43. Yeah. If you go down a little bit, the second last sentence. You say, I suppose her work ethic with reference to her previous employment is what Parliament took into account. You're making an assumption, isn't that so?
Correct.
Right. You then say she enjoys working at the coalface rather than sitting in the office and receiving reports. How do you acquire that knowledge?
From the experience that I had with her when we were in Home Affairs, she was involved. Even when I joined the Public Protector Office, she was involved in these dashboard meetings. She will also want to get an update from an investigator relating to a particular case.
And you say she clearly enjoyed interacting with the investigators. You base that on your interaction with her?
Yes.
Right. And then you say, having been an investigator herself, she knew what was expected of investigators. Did you have a conversation with her, or was that based on an assumption that because she was an investigator, she knew what to expect?
It could be an assumption and my own experience as an investigator.
And that is based on your own experience as an investigator?
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
No, I mean, it could be an assumption on her part and myself as an investigator to say, when you're an investigator, this is what is expected of you. And when you do malicious compliance, this is what you do. So it could be an issue that she's aware of, as she was an investigator before.
I think Mr. Van der Merwe testified that when Advocate Mkhubane got appointed because she had been in the office previously, I'm not sure it was his exact words, but it was one of our own coming back to our office.
Correct.
Is that sort of what you had in mind?
Correct.
Right. You don't have any actual knowledge of her investigation experience?
No.
And then we come to the issue with Mr. Madiba. I didn't quite catch you. I must apologize. You relayed a conversation you had with somebody about the impact of Mr. Madiba's removal from his position because of what he said to you. Who was that conversation with?
Come again?
When you said, well, you understood the impact if Mr. Madiba was no longer an employee, you wouldn't have medical aid. Was it based on a conversation you had with somebody, or was it your own reasoning?
It was a combination of the two. I had a conversation with a junior investigator. I also had I also took counsel from my own mom regarding that.
Mothers are wise. It's good to take counsel from them. The supposition that the disciplinary action taken against Mr. Madiba was based on his health. How did you come to that conclusion?
It's what obvious to say he was sick. And I assumed that the public protector could have considered his health status because he was in and out of hospital. And I did discuss this thing with the former CEO, who also raised the same issue to say, this man is sick, maybe he's not even aware that what he is caused to, what he called you is that serious. So it was based on my own knowledge of him and the discussion that I have with that junior employee and the counsel that I took from my mom to say, I did discuss it with my mom to say, in any way, this person is sick.
It wasn't the case that no steps was taken against Mr. Madiba, isn't that so?
Chair. Sorry, Chair. Through you.
Advocate Chabalala.
Yes, I'm sorry, Nazreen. I'm not interfering, but if Nazreen can be mindful of the time management, we have to be out of here by 5.
Gee, no, Haibo.
Over you too, Advocate Bauer.
Advocate Shabalala, you, like I said to the witness yesterday, as we do with Advocate Mpofu, you can also call me SC. It's fine. I don't mind. Right. If we go to 183. This is the, go up to the top. Mr. Madiba was issued with a written warning, correct? You recall that?
Yeah.
Right. And he was given a written warning in terms of the disciplinary code, and it was provided to him. And he's not here to talk for himself, but there's a comment on the written warning that I thought it appropriate to share, which was his comment. Right. He was given a written warning for being disrespectful towards you, Mr. Lamula, or demonstrating abusive or insolent behavior towards you on 19th March. You had written an email to him and he had responded, you are not in the habit of feeding cockroaches, so will not start now. That was the offensive comment to which you referred. Correct? He had an opportunity to appeal to the public protector, which he didn't do, but he wrote a comment on the written warning. Let's go down. It must however be, he signed it, he accepted it. It must however be made clear that at no stage did I say anyone is a cockroach. I accept it, they may have felt discomfort, and for that I am sorry. Do you accept that that's what Mr. Madiba wrote and signed on his written warning?
I'm seeing it for the first time, but we did talk, me and Tim, and he did say, but I'm sorry, but this letter I'm seeing for the first time.
So he did say that. If we go down, Mr. Lamula, you were unhappy about the fact that he had only been given a written warning and you appealed that to the public protector. Correct? And she then received a report from your executive manager at the time. And I'm going to just shoot through to tell, if you go to page 3, Sheppel, there was a response given to you that said, please be informed that I've considered your grievance, found it to be substantiated, and decided the following: that he must apologize. The letter will not be 5,000 words as you had sought, not 500, and will not be published to all PPSA staff. At the email regarding his utterances was also not published to other people. That he must be trained on management skills and anger management, that he be issued a written warning, that you will be given counseling to assist you to heal from the shock, and that your reporting line changes from Mr. Madiba. You then, after that, reported to Ms. Sekele, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you then appealed as you were entitled to appeal.
Correct.
Right. And then there is then a report which had been prepared by Mr. Fourie at the time. And I don't want to go through the whole report. I'm mindful that Advocate Shabalala has a plane to catch, but I'm going to take you to the recommendation in the report. And the report is on page 18. He recommended that you be referred to Ms. Sekele, that she reviews your leave taken, because at the end of the day, the start of the dispute between you and Mr. Madiba was about the manner in which you took the leave, correct?
Correct.
Right? And that the Human Resource Management Division ensure that the electronic leave system is adjusted according to the reporting lines in GGI. Have you seen this before, Mr. Lamula?
No.
So the outcome was effectively according to the recommendation of Mr. Fourie at the time. And I'm not going to necessarily flight it because I'm not sure if SHIPO has it. You then received a letter from the public protector, which then said to you, your grievance escalation requested dated 27 June 2018 bears reference. Kindly be informed that I have noted your request, considered all facts presented to me. I have assessed the grievance and found that the communication by Mr. Madiba towards you cannot be condoned. I confirm the written warning issued to him. So your appeal was refused in essence, correct?
Correct.
Right. And without necessarily taking you through it, but I will give the PP's team this. None of the issues raised to the public protector pertained to Mr. Madiba's health.
Yeah, they are not there.
You wouldn't know that, right? And so I'm saying to you that the steps taken was in line with the recommendation that was made by the executive managers to what the outcome is as far as the steps against Mr. Madiba was taken.
After I appealed, I had a discussion with the CEO relating to this matter. Maybe that's why my appeal had become academic, because I did have a discussion with the CEO and I did meet Mr. Madiba and he did apologize. So for me, by the time it reaches the public protector, we were almost done with our reconciliation.
Now, you see, Mr. Lamula, you stated to us in this affidavit in paragraph 50.3 at page 200.
Yeah.
The public protector, after considering Mr. Madiba's health status and his breadwinner status, negotiated an amicable solution through the office of the CEO.
Yes.
And I'm pointing out to you that nowhere did it indicate in the documentation that was a consideration in respect of the outcome that was there. And again, in your affidavit, you're assuming that was the case.
Correct. Like I said, I have a discussion with the CEO, which I assume he could have relayed the message to the public protector. So there could not be, I can't dispute that there is no record on that.
Yes, but you see, anybody who's reading this affidavit is going to get an entirely different impression, because you actually don't have any knowledge to state that this was the basis upon which the public protector had taken the decision.
Correct.
And this is an affidavit before this committee, which could very well have left the committee with a very wrong impression. Would you agree?
Like I said, I have assumed that.
Would you agree, having gone through your affidavit, that there were quite a few instances in which you agreed with me that it was based on assumptions you had made?
Correct.
Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I have to deal with a motion. Just give me 2 more questions.
How much time do you need for that?
2 minutes.
Okay. Let's see.
Mr. Lamula, have you have an opportunity to see the motion that's before this committee?
No.
You haven't?
No.
Oh. Have you had any involvement or made any input, be it at dashboard meetings or elsewhere, into the following reports: the CX report,
No.
the Vrede Dairy report,
No.
the CR 17 Busasa report,
No,
the report dealing with the Financial Services Commission,
no,
the GEMS report.
no.
Am I missing something? Have I got them, Mr. Shabalala?
Skoda.
The Gurdan matters, the Pillay, the alleged rogue unit matter,
No,
the Pillay pension fund matter,
no,
right? And you have no knowledge, personal knowledge of any person being intimidated, harassed, or victimized by the public protector.
no,
Do you have any knowledge of anybody being victimized, harassed, or intimidated by the erstwhile CEO, Mr. Mashlangu?
no.
Right. I have one question on following on that. Would you be concerned, and you've explained the advantages of having peer review on your reports and going through and having a debate with your colleagues on it, going through, in your view, dashboard, full bench and quality assurance. Would you be concerned if the Public Protector's Office was issuing reports without that process being followed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Advocate Bauer. Now I'm going to invite members if they have any questions to interact with Mr. Lamula. Okay. Let me start just to note them. Honorable Milam will be the first. That's the only hand I have on the virtual. Followed by Honorable Lagude. Honorable Gonde. Honorable Skosana. And Honorable Maneli. Those are the hands that I have. Siwela. Those are the hands I have. Hopefully Advocate Chabalala will make it. Thank you. Let's go to it. Honorable Milam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the various people here. Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lamula, you have a very impressive CV and your qualifications. I just want to confirm them. You have a BProc, an LLB, 2 LLMs, and you're currently working on your LLD. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've had extensive legal experience.
Investigation experience.
Investigation. So you haven't practiced law, but you've had a lot of experience in terms of working with legal matters and legal cases and the like.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask your opinion as someone who has, as I said, a lot of legal qualifications and as a senior official in the Office of the Public Protector. You're aware of a number of judgments from various courts in which the legal knowledge and processes followed by the Office of the Public Protector have been called into question. Are you not?
I'm aware.
So I'm going to only refer to two. The one being the Concord judgment in the CX matter, and the second being the Gauteng High Court judgment in the Vrede Dairy matter. And if I may, you've already said you didn't have any involvement in the quality control process over those reports. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if I look at, for example, the CX matter, Justice Mogoeng said the public protector got the law completely wrong by acting as if it was open to her to direct Parliament to amend the Constitution. He also said the public protector's remedial action was a known or predictable non-starter in legal circles. The remedial action was bound to be set aside with ease. And he goes on like that. In the Freda Dairy matter, Judge Tolmay says, there does not seem to be a logical and legitimate explanation for the narrowing of the scope of the investigation. Her decision to limit the scope of the investigation so dramatically was irrational as it stopped all the crucial aspects regarding the complaints. The steps taken by her seem wholly inadequate. The public protector made no effort at all to engage with the intended beneficiaries. Further on, the failure of the public protector to execute her constitutional duties in investigating and compiling a credible and comprehensive report points either to a blatant disregard to comply with her constitutional duties and obligations or a concerning lack of understanding of those duties and obligations. And then the public protector's most blatant failure was not to properly investigate the circumstances surrounding the beneficiaries of the project. These are just some of the aspects that I've pulled out of those two judgments. How do you feel about the way the courts have characterized the public protector?
I have no opinion on that. That is the judgment of the courts, and I have not reflected on the judgments of the courts in my affidavit.
No, I'm aware of that, but you, as you've said, you are eminently qualified legally. So I'm asking for an opinion, but okay. Do you agree that those judgments talk directly to the legal competence of Advocate Mkhwebane?
It's in the judgment. It's not in my affidavit.
I'm asking if you agree that those judgments talk to the legal competence of Advocate Mkhwebane.
I'm confirming that is in the judgment of the courts. I can't dispute that is in the judgment of the courts.
Okay.
Not in my affidavit.
All right. You suggested earlier that the public protector, that if the public protector was found to be incompetent, the blame should be placed on people like yourself who would support her, who should support her. Is that correct?
Correct.
You said that
we should share the blame. We should share the blame because we are appointed to assist the public protector.
But Mr. Lamula, and please help me here as someone who's doing a doctorate in constitutional law, isn't it true that the public protector is a constitutional appointee, whereas the rest of you are not, and that it is the public protector who signs off on every single report, who decides what legal cases to pursue, etc. And ultimately, the public protector, the person who is responsible for the issuing of those reports?
You are correct. I've indicated that I'm appointed to assist the public protector.
So my last question then, if that's the case, and there is a problem with the legal basis in a number of issues, and somebody needs to be held accountable for it, then that person should be the public protector, the person of the public protector, should it not?
That's what the law says.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Honorable Mailam. I now recognize Honorable Dlakude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues, the PP and a team, evidence leaders, and Mr. Lamula. Mr. Lamula, when did you join the PPSA?
June 2017.
June 2017.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. In paragraph 7, you say that some of the evidence has grossly misrepresented this true situation at the PP's office.
Correct.
Referring to the evidence that we got from some of your colleagues.
Correct.
Can you please elaborate further on this matter? Why would you say they misrepresented?
I have indicated that the issue of deadline being imposed is incorrect because deadline were not imposed. They are about, and some of them are statutory deadlines. Some of them are in the investigation plans. So I also dispute the fact that the public protector imposes deadlines. I said deadlines are suggested. So I don't agree with the notion that deadline were imposed to employees. And I don't agree that I've witnessed the public protector victimizing or harassing anyone.
Can you differentiate for me, the dashboards meetings vis-a-vis the quality assurance of reports?
The quality assurance meeting is constituted of senior managers. It's chaired by the COO, where we bring in our reports or Section 79 or discretionary notice, then they are discussed. Then in the dashboard, in the quality assurance meeting, there is no discussion of your case files. There is no files that are discussed as to whether you have complied with the service standard and things like that. But in the dashboard, I'm referring to what I have the experience. It's hybrid. It could be cases that are discussed there at the dashboard. It could be a file updates in which the public protector will want to know by when the product is going to be delivered and what are the hurdles. So that dashboard is the PP's dashboard is chaired by the PP. Then the branch dashboard is chaired by the head of that particular branch.
Okay. Some of your colleagues who appeared before this committee said the PP was always in a rush to release reports, of which she bypassed that process of reports being quality assured. Are you in agreement with this?
Not to as far as I know, unless if it is a matter that was being reported to her consistently, but I'm not aware of that. Could have happened in other reports, but not as far as I know, or it could have happened before I joined the institution.
Okay, you say in paragraph Okay. In paragraph 8, you say all what you said here. I'm just trying to save time. I'm not reading it.
Okay.
So some of your colleagues, when they appeared before this committee, they said they were given unreasonable deadlines.
Yeah.
And they worked under pressure.
Yeah.
And they were forced to work even if they were not well.
Yeah.
What is your take on this?
I've already demonstrated on the issue of deadlines. For those who were required to work while even they are not well, I have no opinion on that. I don't know of such a situation.
Honorable Chairperson, I skipped the CX matters and all the other matters that are on the motion because he already responded to the evidence leader, Advocate Power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Lagude. Honorable Gonde.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Dumela, Mr. Lamula,
Honorable.
You have just confirmed in your evidence in chief that you've not had sight of the motion that led to the establishment of this committee. And you also confirmed that you were not involved in any of the investigations that gave rise to the court cases, which form the basis of the motion, such as the Freedom Matter, the CX matters, and the matters pertaining to Mr. Gordon and Pillay. Then please confirm to this committee what the relevance of your evidence is
given that you've not had sight of this motion and, you were not involved in any of the investigations that are cited in the motion?
The relevance of this evidence is that I'm giving information freely to the committee relating to my own experience in the public protector's office, what I've done and what I should not have done, and the issues that relate to the backlog. I'm bringing something that differently from what was presented, and I'm also bringing information on how I interacted with the public protector before she joined the public protector's office. So it is relevant to the character of the public protector. It's relevant to what extent have I worked with her. It's relevant to, as an investigator, how much were we involved in an investigation of matters.
Okay, you stated in your evidence in chief again that what is happening now with this inquiry presents a scary situation for future public protectors, that they could possibly also be impeached. What do you mean by this? Don't you think that Parliament should be able to hold Chapter 9 institutions such as the Office of the Public Protector accountable? What we're doing here, Mr. Lamula, to use your words, is not plop and place. We didn't just wake up and gather in this room and then decide to hold her accountable. So what did you mean by that?
That is my view. In any situation where someone has to go through a process, it's a scary process. No one wants to be taken through a process of this nature. What I was saying is that there are processes that can send a chilling effect to other people to say, I thought this is not going to happen. You'll agree with me that this is the very first impeachment process that is happening now. So I was coming from that context.
You stated in paragraph 20 of your affidavit that you have occasionally failed to meet your deadlines.
Correct.
Do you recall the number of times that you failed to meet your deadlines and the reasons for failing to meet these deadlines? Please also confirm if you were issued Audi letters, on all those occasions that you failed to meet your deadlines.
Evidence has been led on 3 matters that have missed the deadlines that were supposed to have been finalized in a particular period, and I could not do it. I have already even demonstrated that when I miss deadlines in certain...
So you're saying that you've only missed deadlines in those 3
No,
instances?
I'm coming there to say,
Okay.
okay, maybe I should put it in this way. I can't recall how many times have I missed the deadlines. Evidence has been led to show that I've also missed deadlines. And in certain instances, I'll request an extension.
So what were the reasons for your missing the deadlines? And if you received Audi letters in each of those instances that you missed the deadlines?
One of the reasons that I can advance that was in evidence is that poor time prioritization and failure to plan your work properly and failure to stick to the turnaround times and failure to have a proper investigation plan. I have already indicated that I was issued an Audi. I was not issued with many, I was issued with 1 Audi.
So on all those occasions, you've only been issued with 1 Audi letter?
Yes.
All right. Now, speaking of that Audi letter, you state in paragraph 34 that your immediate supervisor issued you with an Audi letter less than a month after you had assumed your current position.
Correct.
And you also stated in your evidence in chief that you accepted the Audi and you did not see the Audi as being a tool for punishment or intimidation.
Correct.
So if you did not view the Audi in such a light, then why did you complain when you received it? Does the fact that you complained when you received the Audi letter not point to the fact that, there are circumstances where these Audi letters would not be justified? Because we've heard evidence in this committee that people were issued with Audi letters, even where they had plausible reasons for not meeting a deadline.
Correct. I protested because it was not called for to be issued that Audi. The targets that were set before I took office. That's why I said I did accept the Audi and I did protest. I wrote back to say, but this Audi, I was not here when these things were set. So it doesn't take away the fact that the Audi was issued. If I has accepted the Audi, I was accepting that I failed on something that was set while I was not there. Then it was going to project a false picture. The targets were set while I was not in office. I took office, then a month later I was issued an Audi. I was reflecting on that because an Audi gives you an opportunity to make a reflection to the person who's issuing you.
So you didn't want to accept the Audi and then reflect on it. You also said that the Audi, could build a person up. So
Yes.
you didn't think that this Audi would build you up. You didn't think to accept it.
No, it was not going to build me. Because it has no relation to my previous work.
Would you agree with me that at times there are circumstances beyond one's control and that one cannot possibly foresee that would impact on one's ability to communicate a failure to meet a deadline in advance? Because you state in your affidavit that, you feel that if someone is unable to meet a deadline, they should communicate that. So my question to you is that, would you agree with me that sometimes there are circumstances that you could have not foreseen, right? That you could have not predicted that would prevent you from meeting a deadline?
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Correct. I have demonstrated that in there are such instances where a person is on start leave, maternity leave.
So you cannot really plan in advance to say that, you know what, I'm going to ask for I'm going to notify my supervisor that I'm not going to meet a deadline, because we've had evidence to that effect. One of the witnesses that came here had a bereavement. The other one had a sick child, and they didn't meet the deadlines, and they were threatened. They told us they were threatened I
don't dispute that.
Okay. In paragraphs 27, read with paragraph 28 of your affidavit, you state that the PP cannot be expected to know everything that is happening in her office, and she is not part of conducting investigations. Are you suggesting that she should not be held accountable for things that happen in her office? And in instances where investigative reports are taken on review and courts make a negative finding in respect of those investigative reports, is she, after all, not the accounting officer of the Office of the Public Protector? And does she not sign off on all investigative reports?
I've responded to that to say, as the head of the institution, she's accountable. And we, as the members of the Public Protector, assist here. I've responded to that.
Okay.
You cannot shift accountability, but we have to assist her to do her job. That's what I said.
All right. In paragraph 35, you state that you cannot recall an instance where the Public Protector herself has issued an Audi letter, but are you able to recall instances where she has requested executive managers to issue Audi letters? I'm asking this because we heard evidence from witnesses who were or are still executive managers that they recalled instances where the Public Protector directed them to issue Audi letters to certain employees within the Office of the Public Protector.
I have stated that she will say, managers, you must manage, you must do consequence management. I did not mention that she directed people to issue Audi letters.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Bondwe. Honorable Skosana.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. And also good afternoon to Mr. Lamula.
Yes, course.
How are you?
Aye, Akwande.
Nice to was.
Yeah, well.
Aha. You have
You're still in the inquiry, both of you, ne?
Yes, why the inquiry?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Mr. Lamula, you have a good story to tell about the journey of your life, from being a security guard to where you are today, in terms of the position that we are occupying, and also in terms of your academic achievements. I think it's really impressive and inspiring. Maybe when you retire, you should consider writing a motivational book that will assist other young people, that you can rise from this position to this particular position. It's really quite inspiring.
Yeah, maybe the committee will have to clap hands for me for that.
I don't know if it's allowed, the clapping of hands in this committee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've got 3 questions for you, Mr. Lamula. Ms. Tejane gave evidence that dashboard meetings sometimes were taking 2 to 3 days.
Yeah,
And according to her, that had a negative impact on the work of the PPSA because executive managers and other senior investigators
yeah,
were spending more time in meetings than in doing their work.
yeah.
So what is your view on that?
That is a view. What I know is that there's a calendar. There was a calendar in which you know when is the dashboard meeting going to take place. So it was not something that was just organized haphazardly or at the click of a pen. So there was a calendar in which there is when is dashboard going to happen. There were instances where dashboard could not even last a day. So for those 3 days, maybe it's because of the complexity of the matters that are being discussed there. And you'll recall that it's not only head office here, we're talking even provinces. So she could be correct to say they took 3 days, but not all of them took that long.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, my second question, in paragraph 39 of your affidavit,
Yeah.
You say the quality of work cannot be compromised by whatever pressure. In fact, the office of the public protector is pressure orientated.
Yeah.
My mindset has been that I produce quality for a deadline.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you think the other colleagues or former colleagues of yours who complained about the workload and the pressure of meeting deadlines did so because they are not used to working under pressure?
I'm not sure of their background and I wouldn't want to comment on that. What I can say is that I've already indicated that if you have got right attitude, then you will do what is expected of you. You can imagine if doctors are to complain about pressure, then the next thing, instead of cutting your ear, they cut your mouth just because of pressure. Then how are you going to feel about that? So I understand what they applied, but I'm saying service delivery institutions, there's always pressure. I'm not saying that they are weak or whatever. I talk about myself to say maybe there should have been some training of some sort. And the other thing is that I did not only work for the public protector. I worked for other institutions before. Maybe that gave me some thick skin, if to say that service delivery related issues are pressure oriented.
Okay. Yeah, my last question on OD letters. Some of your colleagues or former colleagues gave evidence here that OD letters were abused. In other words, were issued even when it was not necessary. And as a result, that had a negative impact on the staff morale. However, others gave evidence that OD letters were only issued when it was necessary. So what is your view or your experience about the issue of OD letters?
With my experience, because I did get an OD letter, I wouldn't say it was necessary or it was unnecessary. I don't know what was the view of the manager. But there are instances where outlets are unnecessary to get to the bottom of the matter if other means have failed. So with what I know, I don't have a recollection where Audi letters were abused or to intimidate anyone, because you will be issued an Audi, you are given an opportunity to respond. That's what it is. You are not issued an Audi to stifle your freedom of expression. And if it is an extension of freedom of expression, freedom of response. So if you receive an Audi and take offense, then Unfortunately, that is what is not the Audi all about. Even the hardcore criminal is given an Audi to try to be heard. So even if someone had a bad intent, by responding to that Audi, they can also see you in a different light.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Maneli.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the Public Protector and the legal team. Greetings to honorable members, as well as greetings to Mr. Lamula.
Don't call me Machangalane.
So, Chair, I just want, because I went out, just to be sure I've understood Honorable Lakude on what I thought would have been the first question, maybe just for purposes of record.
Okay.
That is it your evidence there that you have not, other than reading from the media and listening to a few of the witnesses, that personally you have not interacted with the motion which contains the charges that are before this committee, and neither was it the case that you were presented with the motion as you were preparing to lead evidence here. So I just wanted to be sure, Chair, that I got that clear so that I don't ask questions that relate to that and only restrict myself to a few questions. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I confirm that I've not read or studied the motion, but during a consultation with the Advocate Mpofu, I was taken through what are the charges against the Public Protector and what does this committee entail at the end of the day.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure, Chair, that I understood it in that way. Maybe just to go back to a point you raised, which I thought was a positive, encouraging environment at Home Affairs. So I just want to be sure, Chair, through you, that I've taken the notes correctly, that you had management support. There would have also been, in some situations, additional staff that gets taken in to push the backlogs. That will be there.
Yeah.
Of course, that works together with the positive attitude of those that are involved.
Yeah.
Would you say then that that environment would have been an environment that encourages the performance that you had in that space?
Correct.
With that being correct, then looking at the evidence that has been led before this committee, there were situations, and I want to check first if you are aware of those, that given the finances in the Public Protector's office of South Africa, then there were measures taken for cost containment.
Correct.
Which in a way would have affected even what you said, because what you said to me was very important on the photo, where you went out to see the implementation of the remedial action,
Correct.
which any investigator would be interested to have the feel.
Yeah.
Right. But evidence led was such that such constraints would have led to a situation where investigators can't go out. You'll work more from a desktop point of view.
Yeah.
So would you say without the necessary support, as you described it with Home Affairs, that you'd expect that there would be a similar performance in an environment where resources are quite constrained?
Yeah.
In fact, you've even helped us better, that even with cases, it will depend also on complexity and so on, even when you look at the time, but the resources that go to it. So were you aware of, like you've been in the Public Protectors or South Africa, were you aware of the constraints and whether you are aware that they would have also created that situation of people not being able to go out like you've shown on the photo, but also that whether you think then in that environment, could you still have a similar performance to that of Home Affairs?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm aware of the cost containment in the public protector that have an impact on the service delivery on investigation. However, I have to qualify it in this way that you'll have to do more with what we have. With the little that we have, you can produce more, and that has been demonstrated, but a cost factor is an issue. During all these years that I was with the public, working for the public protector, there was no suggestion in any forum that we could consider working overtime. That was out. Of course, there were instances where we received some help from training investigators from the SITA that we could utilize for other purposes. But I do agree that cost had a very big impact on the turnaround on the service delivery issues that the public protector should have finalized.
Just the last two questions, Chair, for the sake of time. Maybe if we can just get back again to the dashboard meetings.
Yeah.
I know this area has been covered, but in the context I'm raising it, it's just for us to be able to understand the authority in which you speak on your affidavit.
Yeah.
Will it then be correct to say you are sharing with the committee your personal experiences and therefore cannot speak with authority whether to dismiss or accept anything else that would have been raised in dashboard meetings when the investigators were not really the participants, but can only share in as far as your personal experiences in that regard?
Correct.
So I thought, Chair, it's important so that we understand what you are saying. It's generally based on your personal experiences, but with no authority to dismiss that there may be others who feel otherwise, especially in meetings where yourself you were not present.
Correct.
Thank you. Then my last point, Chair, as I said, I'm trying to keep with time. I think for me, this is an important question because in the way you've raised it, it reminded me of one witness that completed yesterday. And this is a matter that is before the public protector's office, whether it's a closed report, because that report is now challenged, about clean audit. In the way you presented it is such that it looks at everything else. And therefore, you would have the clean audit. I don't want to use financial and non-financial, but you said governance and all that.
Yeah.
And there's a witness who was challenging the opinion of the Auditor General in giving a clean audit to another institution, the NAC in this case, because he believed that a policy that is unconstitutional exists there. Maybe it will be helpful because I think the public is also following our discussions as they usually do. Isn't it that the understanding would be that the Auditor General may not audit everything, but there would be sampling of those matters that are before the Auditor General, apply everything else in terms of standards and give a clean audit in that regard.
Yeah.
And therefore, this may not mean that there may be no other issue that may be found, which may have been outside of the scope of that sampling in that regard.
Yeah.
Right. So I just wanted us to have a similar understanding in that, because once it's generalized, it's like everything else is fine. And that's what that clean audit would represent. And therefore, the complaint that may be raised later would not make sense, like it has happened with the NAC matter that has been raised before us here. So can I then also say that in agreeing with that part of the sampling, it therefore does not mean that there may be nothing else that could be found to have been done wrong in the public protector South Africa even outside of the clean audit as it focuses on the samples that are put before the Auditor General. So that's the question I have, Chair. Thank you. That's the last point.
I wouldn't want to be drawn into disputing the processes of the Auditor General. I think that will be an issue that the Auditor General can respond to. How do they say it's a clean audit? What I can confirm is that the public protector has 3 consecutive clean audit. If the first one was a fluke, then it was going to miss the second one and the third one. So I wouldn't want to be drawn into determining whether the sampling is correct or not. But what we know is that if the Auditor General, which have got authority to pronounce on your financials and non-financial status, says you have got a clean audit, that is what it is.
Chair, may I just follow up, because I think then it's missed in that score. Because I wanted us to have at least a similar understanding. It's not the questioning of the clean audit that I'm dealing with, but is to establish the principle that that clean audit is based on the scope and the sample that the Auditor General was looking at. And therefore, anything that you may raise outside of that would not really speak to the Auditor General on the basis that the Auditor General looked at what was before the Auditor General. So I'm not questioning the clean audits, no. But this principle, it's important because there's one complaint just yesterday about something else out of such a report. But we also have to praise indeed when there are clean audits, right? But with an understanding that we're talking to sampling, not everything else, as though the Auditor General looked at everything else except what they would have determined, and they've looked at it. So that was it, Chair.
Okay.
Not to question. I think let's agree on
Mr.
that.
Lamula?
Clean audit is clean audit.
I don't want to be drawn into that. I reserve my comment on that because I said I'm an investigator. I'm not an auditor.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Swell. And the last hand will be Honorable Sukas. Honorable Swell. Honorable Sukas.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chairperson.
Chair.
Yeah, now starting a competition.
Shall I go
Okay.
ahead?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lamula.
Hey,
Minjani,
kona ngabula n'wina.
ipfukile.
So
Ta mina ti question I titsongo ya ku sungula
nkarhi wu fambile.
hi kume evidence ya ku ti challenges leti nga related na backlog laya I mhaka ya results ya ti resources leyi nga historical. So I'm checking whether there is a link between these backlog cases and the lack of resources, or simple the lack of commitment of employees on the office. Can you say something on that one?
Thank you. It's known that there is cost containment in the public protector's office. We could not, the office could not recruit as much as they can. So it has a direct impact on the backlog. I wouldn't want to say people have got a negative attitude. I'm talking on my own to say I always display a positive attitude. For other people, I don't know what is their attitude looks like. Inkom.
Okay, then yavumbiri ina evidence ya ti dashboard, although ntwile babutisile but no lava clarity na me. Dashboard meetings, the PP was only interested in dates only, not considering the complicity of the matter. Do you think it was reasonable to set dates without considering the complicity of the cases?
I will say the dates were not set by the public protector. They are set through the investigation plan. Of course, there will be those matters where the public protector have got a direct interest, bearing the nature of the complaint, where she will be working with the investigator directly, wanting to know. So again, The deadlines were not imposed. I repeat again, they were not imposed. They were suggested and they were discussed. So I don't remember an instance, maybe to other investigators, an instance when the public protector will say, I want this thing tomorrow without justifiable reasons. I've seen evidence that someone was requested to do something the following day. I don't know what were the circumstances, but I'll still insist that deadlines were not imposed. They were a bottom-up approach in terms of the investigation plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Nakes. Nkom. These were
Yes,
my
sir.
questions.
I guess you both saying you're done. Thank you, Honorable Zuela. Honorable Sukas.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I need to participate in a debate in the House and my time is running out. So I'm going to dash quickly through the questions. Thank you, Mr. Lamula, for coming before the committee. I want to ask you the question regarding the dashboard, and I'm going to use business as a model. A dashboard in business is visual display of all the data. While it can be used in all kinds of different ways, the intention primarily is to provide information at a glance, such as your KPIs. And so that is based on the cars, on a car's dashboard. I'm sure that you would agree with me that on a car dashboard, we don't want to just see the speed and the kilometers that are being traveled, but also the fuel, the engine temperature, and the warning lights. So if you ignore any of these, that you may land up stuck on a road somewhere, or you may crash. So things like staff turnover, sick leave, and overdue leave can show that the engine of an organization is in trouble. Would you agree?
That's your opinion.
You think it's my opinion?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the question. Were
That
these
is not in
matrix?
it's not in my evidence. In my
I'm
affidavit.
asking you in terms of a dashboard, if you want to look at an organization and you want to assess whether the organization is successful, whether the organization is performing at capacity, would you agree that there are a number of things that you need to look at, such as your staff capacity, whether your staff is taking a lot of sick leave, whether your staff morale is low? Would you agree that if you don't check those things, that it's possible that an organization can run into trouble?
Yeah, that is your understanding, but the understanding of my dashboard in relation to the public protector, the issues of staff morale, sick leave, were not part of the dashboard. Of course, they could be part of the dashboard when someone has missed a deadline, where they have to motivate why they've missed a deadline. But it was not an agenda for the dashboard to say how many people are sick, whether they've got staff morale.
Yeah, no, you're actually answering my question. So those things didn't form part of your matrix in your dashboard.
No.
Okay. Then my second question, Advocate Mpofu mentioned the balanced scorecard approach to management. Did the Office of the Public Protector South Africa use a balanced scorecard? And if so, describe its use in the PPSA.
Can you explain?
If you didn't use a balanced scorecard, I'm sorry that I'm rushing this, but if you didn't use it, what management approach was used in the organization?
Can you explain what you mean by balanced scorecard?
A balanced scorecard is where you track results, you track key performance indicators, for instance, you track performance.
Yes, there was that system. There is that system in the public protector. Like I said, it was not only the dashboard. There was also file inspection where you track performance of investigators. The dashboard is one of them. File inspection is one of them, of those systems.
Yeah. Chair, unfortunately, I need to return to the House. Mr. Lamula, I would have loved to ask you more questions. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sukas. That would have been the last hand from the members. Advocate Chabalala, you have a choice to leave now, or I give you more time. I am generous with time. I can give you more time to, if you have any questions that you want to ask.
Thank you, Chair. Let me quickly round off my re-examination because of time. Honorable members.
Did you say re-examination?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, that's what I said. Mr. Lamula.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
You're welcome.
I've looked at your colorful CV. It's quite impressive. I must say that you are a lawyer in your own right.
Yeah.
You know, lawyers are professional wordsmiths. I mean that they are skilled user of words.
Yeah.
Effective communication is at the heart of what lawyers do for a living.
Correct.
Yes. I followed your evidence in chief.
Yeah.
When you were led by my leader, Dalimpofu. You testified that you regard yourself as a member of the staff of the Office of the Public Protector.
Correct.
Mpofu alluded to the fact that the description or definition of the terminology derives from the Public Protector Act.
Correct.
To clarify that, because there is a distinction, I'll tell you why. There's a distinction between a member and an employee.
Yeah.
An employee is someone who wakes up, go to work. It's maybe not all the time, collects the check and receives a salary.
Yeah.
But how I understand your evidence is that as a member, you are there to assist the public protector to fulfill her constitutional mandate.
Yeah.
Can you then clarify?
Yeah. I hope this committee is constituted of members of a particular organization. They will die for that organization. For the Public Protector Act, there is no mention of an employee or a worker. We are referred to as staff members. So for me, when you refer to me as a staff member, I regard that I'm one of the selected few who were meticulously selected to come and assist the public protector. So my role there is not driven by salary benefits. It's driven by the nature of the office that I'm attached to. Unlike when I'm an employee, I'll just behave just like any other employee. That's why I said it takes sacrifice to ensure that the people that we are serving achieve, they can benefit from the Office of the Public Protector. So a member is more than an employee. And as a member, when things go down, they also affect you one or the other. So when this office is facing difficulties, as a member, I also feel the pain and those difficulties. If someone says this office is Dirimekar, it's also that person referring to me, one or the other, as a member. But if I am an employee, I'll say, no, you are not referring to me, you are referring to the leader of the office. So I regard myself as a distinct member of the public protector. I can give you an example from those who are Christians. When Jesus started his ministry, he selected only 3 disciples. Those were the first chosen ones. So they were a member of the inner circle of Jesus. So I consider myself as a member of the public protector because it's there in the act. A member has to behave like a member. A member has to sacrifice for the benefit of the organization, not for Advocate Mkweba. Thank you.
So is it your evidence that if she succeeds, you will have assisted her to succeed.
Correct.
On the other hand, if she fails, you must also shoulder some responsibility for her failure.
Correct. That's why I'm here.
Yes.
Yes.
Can I quickly take you through the dashboard meetings?
Yeah.
Let me start by your evidence is that you started attending the dashboard meetings in 2020.
Yeah.
So you can only testify on the activities of the dashboards, only on the events that happened after or during 2020.
Yeah.
Or not.
Correct.
About what happened prior to that, you have no knowledge.
Yes.
Yes. So is it your evidence that at that level, the dashboard meeting level, you also dealt with the reports, the merits of the reports, and the quality of the reports? Is this your evidence?
Correct.
I understand that there were also meetings like your quality assurance,
Yes.
as well as your full bench meeting.
Yes.
But you don't deal with those in your affidavit, isn't it?
Correct.
But did you serve in any of these other meetings?
Yes. When reports look, the quality assurance process came up later. When the reports, before they go to full bench, they go through quality assurance, then they are discussed at full bench. At quality assurance, it is chaired by the COO. Then the full bench is chaired by the public protector or the deputy public protector, if she's available. So reports will go that process. Then there will be the PP's dashboard where there could be those matters that the public protector have got an interest in. And they have to be, she will say, for this and this and this, I want an update. But that does not take away the fact that you will be reporting on other progresses on the reports. So I said in quality assurances when I have a matter there, but currently I sit in quality assurance on the virtue of my appointment as a provincial representative on all quality assurance matters.
Yes, can we quickly deal with the composition of each meeting? Let's deal first with the dashboard meeting. Who sits in this meeting?
The branch dashboard meetings are chaired by the executive managers, and every investigator is in that dashboard. Then the public protector's dashboard, there is even a COO's dashboard where you have also investigators sitting there. Then the public protector's dashboard is all senior managers as well as the investigators who have got cases that needs to be attended to in that particular forum. So you don't just rock in and be there and uninvited. So the link will be sent for those people who have matters that needs to be discussed in that forum.
But is it your evidence that senior management sits in this meeting?
It's a must.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's your evidence that in these meetings, you also deal with the quality of the reports.
Correct. Like I said, there are reports that the public protector have interest on, even before they go through the process of quality assurance, it can be brought in to be discussed and sent back.
Anyway, it's a part of the chain of quality control.
Correct.
So can you give me your honest opinion? If anything goes wrong, what do you think? Should also these senior managers who sit in these meetings also shoulder or take responsibility?
Yeah, the lane of consequences should not deviate or take an off ramp. All those people who were in those meetings should be held accountable. Yeah, so even senior managers who should have prevented that thing from going through, they should be held accountable, including the investigator who could have been the drafter. Everyone must be held up accountable and responsible for that.
Are you aware that the public protector is facing one of the charges? It's that of incompetence, including the poor quality of the reports. Based on this, the chain of quality control and the involvement of senior management, what do you make of this charge against the public protector?
If the public protector is found to be incompetent, it is us, the members who have been appointed to assist, who contributed to that incompetence. So she cannot be found incompetent alone, because it is us who are the ground people who have to do that work. Of course, she's the accounting of, accountable, but the nitty-gritties of every investigation is management, is investigators. She can't be expected to know everything.
Yes, I'm aware of the fact that constitutionally,
yeah,
she accounts to Parliament.
Yes.
But to a certain extent, are you saying that the management has to take responsibility?
Correct, including myself.
Yes, Ms. Power.
Mr. Advocate Shabalala, it's re-examination. This is not leading the witness as Advocate Shabalala is now doing and suggesting answers and leading stuff that doesn't even emanate.
Okay, but it's one of the questions that came, I think it was asked by Honorable Member Melham.
I don't, sorry, Advocate Shabalala, I'm not having an issue if it emanates from the questions.
Yes.
But you're leading the witness with the answer. That's what I'm suggesting.
Oh, okay, I'll try and trim it accordingly. Okay. What do you make of the fact that senior management also sit in the dashboard meetings insofar as the issue of responsibility is concerned?
They sit there because they have to sit there to account for their work and their role. Because senior managers have to assist the public protector. We have to assist the public protector. So they have to sit there and account for the work that has been done.
So it is your evidence that to a certain extent, they should share the blame.
Correct.
Can we quickly deal with just bear with me.
All right.
On the issue of the deadlines, it is now common cause, or the evidence has been led that deadlines are imposed either by the statutes, regulations. Sometimes they are self-imposed. Is that your evidence?
Correct.
Can we then quickly deal with the issue of the investigation plan? Can you then explain as to how the deadlines work as per the investigation plans?
I'll take a simpler matter of, say, it's a service delivery matter that has to be finalized within 12 months. So when you plan your investigation, you have to consider that this matter, from the date in which I received to the time when this matter is finalized, these are the steps that I need to take them. These are the milestones and the days in which I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And at times, you may find that before even that long period that we have projected, the institution has responded, and maybe at the 6th month, you are done with the investigation, but your investigation plan still covers that whole period. So when you receive a file, you have to indicate that on this particular date or between this date and this date, I have to introduce myself to the complainant. Then secondly, from between this date and this date, I have to log what we call logging issues with the complainant. Then between this date and this date, I have to finalize the investigation plan itself and have it approved. Then between this date and this date, I have now to issue an allegations letter to the institution. And you will be expecting a response in terms of our own process. The longest period is 30 days. So you have to factor that 30 days in. And you also have to factor that the institution may request an extension. In terms of our rules, the extension is 7 days. So it will mean we have to give 37 days. You also have to factor that it may not respond, resulting in a subpoena. A subpoena needs to be responded to within 10 days. So you have to factor all those things in your investigation plan. So if you factor those things, suppose you factored up to the point of a subpoena, then we are talking about 40 to 50 days. But suppose the institution respond within 10 days. So that whole period that you have factored in becomes a bonus to you because you can just use it to conduct other investigation or finalize the matter depending on what is your finding. So you also have to factor in the internal processes of an allegations letter depending on who is being investigated, that whether it's going to be signed by the public protector or it's going to be signed by the executive manager or the chief investigator. Those things need to be factored in the investigation plan. So you also have to factor the fact that should you issue a Section 79 notice, it will take the institution, they are required to respond within 10 days. You have to factor it in again. And if they respond within that period, then it's a bonus. If they don't respond, are requiring for an extension, you have to factor that in to say, I consider this and this and this until the end of the product, whether the matter is going to sit on the full bench, on the quality assurance, the full bench, or whether the public protector will have an interest in the matter where you have to make a periodical report where up to the end when the report is finalized and issued. So all those things needs to have dates in which you have to do those things. So all those dates are imposed by yourself. They are not imposed by the senior. Some of them are because they are based on the standards. You have to comply with those dates. And mind you, in the same process, you have to factor in the issue of saying every 6 weeks, you have to update the complainant on the progress of the investigation. The investigation there, I have to reflect that to say on this date and this days and these days, I'll be updating complainants on the investigation or progress on the investigation. Should we have something like should I go on study leave or you're going on maternity leave, you also have to factor it to say between this period and this period, I won't be around, I'll go on study leave. It has to be a living document.
Does the public protector get involved at all?
No.
At no stage does
No.
she get?
The only time she will be involved is to ask you, what is your investigation diary say? So she does not get involved in drafting those things, does not get involved in signing them off.
Well, if there's failure to meet the deadlines, who enforces compliance?
It should be the supervisor.
Let me quickly round off because of time. I just wanted to canvass a few issues here. First, at the beginning of your testimony,
Yeah.
when you were led by on my leader, Ofu, you made it clear that your testimony is limited to the issues of misconduct.
Yeah.
You're not here to deal with the judgments and offering opinions on the judgments.
Correct.
Thanks. I have no further question to ask.
Thank you, Advocate Chabalala. It's now 17 minutes past 5. I thought you said you want to be out of here by 5. When you interjected. Mr. Lamula, I want to come back to you so that I give you the opportunity to make your final remarks and address us. But maybe just one issue that you can help clarify me on so that I leave here with a proper understanding.
Yeah.
Is it my correct understanding that you said to Honorable Malneli that in the preparation of your evidence, you were taken through the motion?
Yes.
Is that your understanding? Okay,
Correct.
then I'm fine. And then also, can you then confirm, as Advocate Bao would have raised, that you would not have been exposed or understand the issues of CX, Friede Dairy, the GEMS, the Godan matter or SARS, delay pension? Is that my understanding?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do you have any final remarks and comments you want to make? We have reached the end of our time with you, and the last person is going to speak here is going to be you.
No, thank you. I don't have much to say except that I requested if I can, you can clap hands for me for my achievement.
Okay, which achievement? The fact that you are here today or?
Everything.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm here to assist the committee to come to a probable conclusion. And I don't regard the public protector as incompetent. I am of the view that she is competent. She is still competent and she will continue to be competent. And yeah, the public protector is our public protector. I don't want to stretch it to senior Moika Lelek. I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay. On behalf of this Section 194 inquiry, let me take this opportunity to thank you for availing yourself when you are approached by the public protector team before today, and for you to have participated, made these contributions in this inquiry. We hope that your contributions are going to be of assistance to the committee, as you've just indicated. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. You are now officially excused. Honorable members and colleagues, that's also where we're going to end it today. We will not be sitting tomorrow. We'll resume on Monday. Thank you.
Recording stopped.